What up? What up? You guys hear me?
Nope. Nope. I think no matter how long you wait, Justin, it'll always put off your first sentence.
That was my fault. Right?
Justin, it's not your fault because it continues to happen to you. It sounds like Pac-Man in sound form is trying to eat and battle against the waves of your voice. It's like
I think now it's good.
Now it's fine.
Now it's fine.
Yep.
Jeez, man, it's literally like the first sentence. So
this is one of the newest running bits on our show.
I think
If
I'm
God
gonna.
exists, he's trying to embarrass you.
I think I'm gonna just start saying my first sentence. I'm just gonna start saying a random sentence. I'm gonna start. That's gonna be my new intro. It's just a random sentence that gets cut off.
I'm so ready for you to say something completely out of pocket and it doesn't cut you off.
Yeah.
I know, right? That's 100% what it'll be.
That'll be the day.
We're all just like, dear God, Justin, why?
No.
All right. Well, this is
Anything
the
like
last episode of
Anything?
We are fully canceled.
It'll be like that scene in Arrested Development when what's oh my god, the youngest one, Buster just like curses for like a minute straight.
Yeah.
I had a question earlier this week and I didn't write it down. I don't know why I didn't write it down.
Oh, so difficult. What shall we do with all of our creativity?
Well, I guess we should just end the stream.
It's not as though we ever improv.
It's good seeing you all.
I don't know. I write all my improv down before I do it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what makes it improv.
Like Drake doing a freestyle on Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
Just holding a piece of paper.
He pulls out you want a freestyle for us? Sure. Let me pull out my phone and read these verses I've written before.
Oh my gosh, that's
so good.
I had never seen that. That's hilarious.
It's like very old now, but it's still so good.
That would be like if we like wrote this entire episode, scripted it, and then that'd be hilarious. That'd be so funny. And then told people it was improv. This is not scripted. There have been some small bits that have been scripted.
I wonder if there, because I know,
but that's
because I know there are some other like TTRPGs where like they went through some like where people were like, oh my god, are these like, I don't know if it was like Critical Role, but they were like some of the fans were like had like inklings that it was like all scripted.
I remember that. I remember the conspiracy theory that Critical Role was scripted. Sorry, let me be clear. Yeah. The scripted stuff are like when we do like flashbacks.
You mean mechanically?
No. Like when we've
you mean just literal
characters flashback. Like that's the most scripted we've ever been.
That's true. Yeah. If you're like giving us a heads up, like I think it'd be cool to see a bit of Rozek's past in this episode of Flying by Some Podcasts. Danny, what do you think we could do here for a little scene or vignette?
Yeah, that's about as scripted as
and that might not even be word for word scripted. It's more like concept level. Like we're gonna hit these ideas.
Yeah. Sometimes you all haven't sent like you don't send like a full script. Some of you do, and we read it straight up. And some of you just be like, I want to hit these notes, and we
Yeah. Sometimes I get inspired to like write a snippet of something I felt like expressing in character to another character, just so I wouldn't forget it. Then it would be in my notes, and I may not actually read it.
Yeah,
like I just kind of make sure that it's captured, and sometimes
I think that's still
I won't. You know?
That's still improv, though.
It's more like just collection of notes to be like, oh, I want to make sure this tries to happen at some point or whatever.
Yeah, I think every good RPG player comes into a session with that. Like, these are the things that I want to get done.
Yeah,
and we'll see what happens in the session.
Yeah,
some of the most fun that I've had. This wasn't really improv at all, but was writing the flashbacks for each of your characters and trophy. That was like very fun going through.
Yeah.
Those are good.
My water is boiling. I'll be right back.
I can hear the little whistle. Yeah. We got pressure in here. It's about to pop. Yeah, I mean, I want to say, I forget if I said this. I don't think so when we did like a Behind the Bison thing, but like I had excitedly written out a lengthy piece of like what I thought would be an awesome, funny monologue when Ren was captured and imprisoned after being, I forget who it was. There's like a powerful female character who came and visited us in our cells like the next morning. And in any case,
it was was it
was
she?
that was it she?
she.
I think it was General She or
Yeah.
Cap. Was it General yet?
It was you and Liko
Yeah.
and Boomy.
And I had a speech prepped for She and for the guards, but just never had an organic opportunity to do it. And that's fine. That's why you don't fully write stuff. But it was really fun to write. And there was a bit that Justin was developing through characters at the time that was like really funny. And we kept realizing that if you just talk to a guard, you find out they don't really want to be a guard and that they want to be something else. And it was usually a chef.
Yeah.
And I had like a whole funny bit about trying to persuade the next set of guards that were monitoring us, you're not the main character, just go be a chef. You don't have to do this anymore. Like this whole thing. And it was really fun. But anyway, some of those moments they just don't have their time.
Yeah. I think something that I've had to like radically accept, especially playing with like this podcast, is like as a player, you can prepare things. But in the session, like in the fiction, when you're in that, you just have to be able to sometimes let go of that.
All the darlings.
All right,
all the darlings.
I prepared a lot of this, but we're going a different direction now, and that's okay.
Yeah, and if I tried to make this happen, it would feel too forced. And
I feel like Danny just fired me. We're going a different direction now, and it's okay.
It's not you or me exclusively. It's the both of us, but
yeah. It's not you. It's just you and us, and not that. So
it's not you. It's just everything you do.
Yeah.
How you are, and the way you look.
Everything about you. It's everything around you.
I'm now trying to think of like other ways to like break up / fire someone from an actual play podcast that's essentially a hobby. Still.
Text them.
No, I was thinking like we just didn't hit our Q4 numbers.
Yeah.
What Q4 numbers? We're playing an RPG.
Yeah, you're not really hitting the KPIs.
So I'm looking at your productivity here, and it's really
Frankly,
not up
I would
to
have thought
par.
that you'd have more XP by now.
I'm gonna put you on a pip for this next quarter.
Yeah,
and we'll see if we can. Yeah,
if you don't hit at least 3 advancements by Q4, we're gonna have to part ways.
Oh, it's rough. No. It's rough. 3 advancements, Q4. Depends on the game.
The industry's just downsizing, and we have to stay competitive.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, speaking of professionals parting ways, you might notice that Nick isn't here.
What?
Yeah. That is not because we parted ways, though. I thought that was a fun segue. No, it is just Nick is under the weather. And so we wish him a speedy recovery, but he's just not going to be with us for these next 2 sessions. But we're going to soldier on. We're going to do it.
Actually, you know what? He actually won't be with us for the next 2 sessions as well, too, because he's on vacation.
Yeah.
So
Nick
sounds like one of those timely sick days. Nick.
4 episodes, and he will be playing a new character when he comes back because I will be killing Pellis in the meantime. No,
just kidding. We open on Pellis's lifeless body.
We left off. Pellis was screaming bloody murder, and suddenly those screams cease. No, but where we did leave off was you guys just got to a village, a elven village in the forest as you're on your way to Angswald. Yep.
Angswald.
Yep. The village of Angswald is an elven village. You do see some other people. Other heritages represented here in Angswald as you're walking into the village. But you're on your way to find a lost book, potentially magical tome, in some ruins here in the forest of Alarendale. And let me actually open my VM notes. I don't know why I didn't do that yet. But you guys you met a elf who kind of told you, this village is like that. This is not a Darkspire enclave place. Like, you guys are safe here. And last we left off, you Cass had a moment to check out some cool standing stones that were had a protective ward around the village that keep people who mean harm out. And you entered the village and you heard some music coming from the tavern, and that's kind of where we left off.
All right. Well, I think we should probably ask around, right? See if someone knows where this lake is.
To be clear, you are on the lake.
Yeah, it's very lakey.
We're just looking for the ruins then. Oh.
We just know the ruins is somewhere near a large lake around here, we think.
Right. Sorry, we'll just ask around and see if anyone knows any ruins. Easy.
I wonder if it would be best to be more discreet.
I should open my character sheet.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've detected enough to know that this group of elves and whoever else lives here, you mentioned other heritages, it doesn't associate in any positive manner with the ones that we're most afraid of.
Correct.
The Darkspire Enclave, right?
Yes.
And so I feel like we're in relatively safe company, but I'm wondering if I would know anything that would give me pause about openly asking about ruins in this area.
I mean, I think probably you would feel, from what you know of this space, you would feel relatively comfortable asking around about the ruins here. I don't think you would have, especially now that you've discovered those standing stones, I think that you would probably feel pretty comfortable assuming
Pretty
you're in
safe, yeah.
safe company.
Yeah. Very cool. Huh. Okay. Let us begin with discretion, if you don't mind, Cass, and see what it is like to test waters.
All right. Well, that's not my forte, so I'll follow your role.
Very good. I know something of these elves, though not much. Let us see if it is fruitful to speak with them more.
Yeah, so I mean, like the village is relatively, I wouldn't call it bustling, but there's activity. But it seems like a lot of people, for the most part, are either coming to or going from the tavern.
Tavern it is. I mean, I feel like that's a good space to have an organic reason to talk to people. So
Yeah.
I'll head for it. Should I stow my scythe, or do other folks seem to be openly carrying menacing weapons?
No, you do not see anyone in the village carrying weapons at all.
Ah. Does that seem to be an issue yet, that we are carrying weapons?
No, nobody seems to be bothered by it. I think they, you do see a handful of people kind of like doing like the touching their two fingers to their forehead and acknowledging you with the scythe specifically. And so I think they probably recognize where you come from, obviously recognize where you come from. But they probably see the scythe and recognize, and your nose, and recognize what level of position you're in within the waking root as well.
Wow, this is sort of a relief then for Lyrian compared to just being an object of fear, curiosity at best, back in Hilltop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cass, Jared, and Pellis would notice that Lyrian seems, despite the words of caution she just shared, to be like progressively more and more at ease. And as we kind of step through the doors of the tavern, there's almost like a lilt in her step, which I don't think any of you have seen in the time that you've known her.
Cass will lean over to Jared and be like, have you ever seen her do that before? Look at how she's walking.
No. Let me Google what lilt means.
You know, there's like a spring in her step.
Mm.
I've literally never seen her do that before.
Yeah, she looks happy. Strange.
Well, that can't be right.
As you enter the tavern, it is not full, but it is definitely more people than you expected for this time of day. Throughout the tavern, and there is mostly elves. The vast majority of people in here are elves, but you see a dwarf here, an orc there, people all around within different groups who come from different heritages. Standing near the hearth is a bard holding a lute, strumming it and singing a jovial song. And there is a bar kind of perpendicular to that area, so the bard is nearish to the bar, but the bar, there's a large orcish man standing behind the bar polishing some glass, and as you walk in, an orcish woman comes from the other side and says, "Feel free to find a seat anywhere you can. It's a little bit busy, but if you find a table, take it, and I'll come and serve you soon."
Very kind. This bard, are they usually here? Are they a regular?
No, he's only been here recently. I think he might be on his way out of town relatively soon.
Very well. Very well. Thank you.
Of course. And then I'll be right there, and goes on to another patron who was calling for her.
Yeah, I think Lyrian will simply gesture, kind of after the orc speaks, for Cass, Jared, Pellis to just find wherever they can squeeze in, even if it's not all at the same place. I will speak with a few folk. Enjoy a drink or something.
Even as Lyrian is saying that, another woman, elvish woman this time, comes over to the table and is like drying her hands off with a towel and then puts it in the apron at her front. And, "What can I get you?"
Do you have just like so much beer?
"So much beer." "Sure." "And for you, my sweet," she says, looking at Jared.
"I'll have some of that. So much beer."
"Right."
That's mine. He'll get his own though.
"I have enough so much beer for everyone. It's all right."
"A little less than so much, though. I'm not going to drink as much as her."
"All right, so much, not quite so much." And looks at Pellis.
So little, please.
"So little. All right. If you prefer, we have wine."
Spiced cider.
"Of course." And yeah, and she gets Pellis' order as well, and goes back to the bar. Yeah, I mean, you can. The atmosphere here is like open and jovial. I don't think you would feel any apprehension walking up to any table and having a conversation here, Lyrian.
Oh, that's lovely. How refreshing to feel safe in a little corner of the world. Johnny, do I see anyone who looks like they would be learned? A map maker, a person with sort of tools of study.
Yeah, there is in fact like a cartographer with their whole setup.
Perfect. Just like a range. I don't know exactly what, how that would manifest for the elves here.
Sure.
If that would be obvious
Yeah,
or not.
let me just pull up my notes about who is in this bar.
And if I don't see obvious signs of profession, that would give me clues, then it's okay if I just go with signs of rank, for example.
Yeah, I don't think that you see. I mean, really, I don't know that you see either of those things.
Wow. I hate egalitarian societies. They're too perfect.
But I'll give you this. You do see an older human woman sitting at a table. It does not look like people are avoiding her, but she is sitting alone, and there is no like mark on her that says like I'm important or I do this job or whatever. But she does kind of hold herself even as she's sitting with the bearing of authority.
Oh, I love it. So she catches my eye. I will go towards her.
And so you approach, and she doesn't like acknowledge you verbally in any way. She doesn't even really look at you. You can tell that she's aware of your presence, but she's enjoying the bard's song and kind of just sitting. And her hands are in front of her, kind of clasped, and she's got a glass of wine, and she's just tapping her one finger on her other hand as she listens to the music.
Okay. I will wait for the song to end then, pensively. And I will also enjoy and, look at the bard until the very last note is played.
Yeah. The song he's singing it has like a upbeat tune. And I'm not going to sing because I'm not a good singer. But
I was gonna say I'm having a lot of trouble picturing this. If you could just sing a couple bars, that would really help me get
If you could
into
just
it.
pause the lovely music we play in StreamYards and give us a ditty.
I am really not going to sing.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Maybe if
Okay.
patrons get us to a certain goal.
Maybe. Even then. So no, but it is an upbeat tune, but as you start like actually locking in on what the bard is singing, it is kind of dark. It is not like a happy song. And the last stanza, the last lines of the song you hear as you actually lock in are, so beware the shadowed lord and his cruel design, for his ambition knows no bounds or line. His path is paved with sorrow and the blood of those he's slain, a tyrant's twisted legacy, a reign of endless pain. And then the last notes ring out. And again, keeping with the music, but contrary to the lyrics, the people kind of like, some of them like smack their tankards on the table. Some people actually clap. And then now the din of the crowd kind of kicks in immediately. The last note rings out, and then people they turn from the bard and start talking to each other as he prepares for the next song.
Yeah.
But then at this point, she looks up at you.
I will turn to her. There are many who might be considered worthy of such a name as Shadow Lord, but I do not know of one singular Shadow Lord.
There are many.
Then perhaps the meaning of this song was not lost on me.
I don't think it was, but I think it's... Bards are clever, cunning folk, are they not? More so than many give them credit for. I'm sure the song of the Shadow Lord is vague, so that it doesn't matter what corner of the world in which you sing it, and it still feels true.
Those who wander and carry stories learn many things. I wonder, are you among them?
My wandering days are far behind me.
Ah, so this place would be called home for now?
For now, for always. Has been for near 30 years, and I may have one or two more.
I certainly hope so.
Unless my eyes betray me, you are one of the waking root?
Indeed.
Well, it would be my honor to have you join me at my table.
Thank you. And Lyrian sits. I have only been here less than a day, but I am curious as I study the diseases that work their way through the forest, if you know anything of ruins nearby.
Yes, I know of the ruins nearby. Many have come this way seeking them, and few have been seen passing back.
That would be disconcerting. And why do many come seeking them? I had not heard of them until a very recent request was made to me.
From what I understand, many seek the archive.
A place of knowledge?
This particular ruin was once one of the Dark Spires.
Ah.
It was their seat of knowledge. It holds
No wonder.
books that have been lost to time.
And what could cause so few to return if the Dark Spire has receded in this corner of the wood?
At this point, she looks like genuinely confused that you would be on your way to these ruins and not know this story. Have you not heard of the Whispering Madness?
Johnny, have I heard of the Whispering Madness?
I don't know. Have you heard of the Whispering Madness?
Have I?
No, I mean, so, you probably.
I'm sure there are plenty of things that escape. You know, like there's just a lot to know. But
yeah, no, you probably haven't heard of, at least not by this name,
right?
Yeah. But the Whispering Madness, you do know that the Dark Spires is, so each of the settlements belonging to the city that is now home to the Darkspire Enclave. Each settlement had a spire in it, and they came to be known as the Dark Spires. And you know that several of the Dark Spires fell for various reasons that all appeared to have some rooting in magic. And you wouldn't have known which one, but you do know that one of the spires fell because some sort of madness seemed to consume everyone who lived there.
That's awesome. Perhaps I do not know the name of this terrible thing, though I'm sure I've heard tell of it in other words.
The name of the spire and of the madness itself, and who concocted it, all of these things have been lost to time. But what we do know is most who venture there do not return, but they do not die either.
Well, this is perhaps reason enough to reconsider my course, if I wish to enjoy more years in a lovely place such as this tavern.
If the rumors are true, then there is much treasure to be gained by visiting this particular ruin.
Any counsel that you would give someone whom you do not wish to be claimed by this Whispering Madness?
My counsel to one such as that would be to turn back. But if you are committed to your course, to seeking the treasures held within, be careful. Do not trust anyone you meet outside these stones.
You've been very generous. I will take heed.
May I ask something of you?
You may.
If you do seek the spire and find the archive, would you bring me back something, anything? I would love to hold something from such a place, just once before I die.
You are not concerned of what an object from this place might do to you?
I'm not. No, not at my age.
Suppose when few years remain, we are more willing to take risks.
Some grow cautious in their old age. I find that they are the ones who stop enjoying life and wither slowly.
I will bring such a thing to you, if I can obtain it and return. And your name?
I am Esme.
Lyrian.
It was a pleasure having you join me, Lyrian.
I'm assuming since she's been here 30 years that I can use the 2-finger gesture. I will try.
Yeah, you do. And she looks a little bit like taken aback by it, but returns it.
Okay. Perhaps I have misread this custom.
Yeah, I mean, you would know what this is. You just haven't asked me.
Okay, yeah, Johnny, tell me what's up. What's up?
No, this is just a symbol of respect given by people who are not of the waking root to people who are of the waking root. It's to indicate that they that they trust and respect you as a people.
Okay.
As opposed to the one finger symbol. We all know that.
There is historically in fantasy worlds and in ours a certain level of distrust afforded by people who like to live in one place towards people who like to travel. And the waking root, because of being a traveling people, has been historically subject to such mistrust, which can often turn into dangerous fervor. And so it can become important for them to have symbols that they can share with the still folk to make sure that they know that they're safe.
Makes sense.
Very cool. Well, I think then I would have known not to do that.
Yes.
You would have.
Unless I'm intending to make a profound gesture of initiating this person into the waking root, which I will not at this moment. So, very well. I nod and I go to find whatever has become of Cass, Jared, and Pellis in this lovely place.
3 beer glasses are empty.
Yeah, I was going to say, you come back and you see there is the server has brought back she brought 5 pints for Cass and 4 pints for Jared because Jared asked for slightly less, and 1 half pint for Pellis.
I'm on my 4th already.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing, Jared. I fucking love you. Do you know that? All of you. You're all the fucking best. I love you all so much.
Cass, maybe you shouldn't drink right before we go on a quest.
What are you talking about? I'm fine.
All right, you're right. I think
to lay bare the treasures of the heart.
Yeah, I think ever since like the song ended, like that last line at the last note rung, Jerry was just like somberly sitting. Like I think he was joking around with Cass a little bit, sitting down ordering drinks, but ever since that song was played, he was just sort of, his mood went back to the old Jared, and he's just been sitting there.
Okay. So that put you back in a somber place, huh?
Did you find out anything there, Lyrian, talking to the old lady over there?
A curse of madness overcame and fell the spire, which now makes for the ruins that we seek.
We got a heading.
Johnny, I wanted to avoid a direct, just kind of like nuts and bolts of like, where is it? Is it east? But did you want that to be a complicated thing or a thing that we must overtly seek out, or is it okay for me to just sort of be like, I know the way there from here, based on the tale of the okay.
Yeah.
And to clarify, it was news to us that this ruins was associated with the spires, correct?
Yeah,
I mean, that was revealed prior.
I think that you might have been able, Lyrian specifically might have been able to assume, based on the general heading that you were given, that it was possible that it was one of the spires, but not a definite thing.
Yeah. Is there anything like a sort of infamous magical aura or lingering around the spires or anything like that, or these ruins, or is there any other way that I might be able to find them easily? Or should I just kind of say from memory and savvy?
No, I think you would know kind of from memory and savvy, especially now that you know that it is one of the spires. It's just kind of on the other side of the lake from where you guys are.
Very good. We do have a heading.
As you guys are having this conversation, you see the music has not started back up. Like the bard has like put away his loot. It seems like maybe he's done for this portion of the day at least. But as you notice that the music has stopped, you feel like someone has stopped next to the table. And
I turn to see.
Yeah, it is the bard. He is from what you can tell, half orc, half elf. And he's got his lute slung over his shoulder, and he's got this like smirk on his face. I hear you guys might be heading to the spire.
What remains of it? But it was quick for you to hear such a thing, Bard. You have keen ears.
And keener eyes. And I know the look of a group that has the best chance of surviving in the last 400 years when I see them. I'm just wondering if maybe you could use a little help.
Oh, I want to let the others speak first.
I mean, we've got a party of 4 already. What can you bring that? We don't need you.
Well, I could bring my incredible good looks, obviously.
I've got that on lockdown.
That you do. And he winks. I can bring my loot, can entertain if we find ourselves waylaid for some time. And I can bring a working knowledge of the spire. I've seen blueprints.
You've seen what? Sorry.
Blueprints.
You've seen what? Sorry.
Blueprints.
If I say blueprints one more time.
In what?
Sorry.
It was like it was dipping down, and I was just hearing, I've seen, and I was like,
That's what I've seen. I've seen
I have been told to distrust those outside of the stones, but you are within them, friend.
that I am.
I turn to the group.
Am.
I suggest we let the bard journey with us for a time.
Yeah, I was going to ask, have you acted as a bard in an adventuring party before? Or do you
I've
just
acted as a bard in every party I've been in.
All right. But you get what I'm asking you, right? Have you been on dangerous incursions such as the one we're about to venture on?
If I say yes, are you more likely to let me come?
yeah, of course.
Then yeah.
You're just sort of face palms in response to Cass saying that.
All right. Well, I don't see the harm in it.
That's the spirit.
I was not looking forward to it, but then she'll turn and like look him up and down. Changed my mind.
Knew you'd come around.
Well, I always come around.
And how long will you be journeying with us?
At least until we make it out of the spire alive.
To that then, and I grab whatever tankard is nearest that still has liquid in it.
And he picks up. He just grabs the one that's in front of Pellis.
Haven't touched the beer at all.
So little beer.
Yeah, he just clinks glasses with you.
I love it.
Name's Bartholomew, by the way.
Bartholomew. The Bold.
You just added that?
Bartholomew the Bard.
Right, well, Bartholomew. And Cass will down the 5th beer. Let's get going.
We're gonna head there right now.
We're kind of in a time crunch, yeah.
All right. I mean, you don't want to drink some water first, or?
Oh, that's fine. I've had plenty of water. I drank some yesterday, maybe.
There's water and ale.
Right, you are, sir. All right, let's.
Did you say in hell?
There's water in
Ale.
ale.
Oh, in ale. Okay.
There's water. There's water in hell.
water in hell.
We'll
I thought it
drink
was like
when
a-
we go to hell.
Exactly. I thought it was like a sleep is for the weak or I'll sleep when I'm dead type
I'll
of a thing.
hydrate when I'm dead.
The funny thing is, I don't think that there's probably not water in hell.
That's awesome. Very well. Bartholomew, is there anything your blueprints would tell us as far as preparation before we depart?
Not that comes to mind.
Very well. Off we go.
The blueprints
I
are from
wish I
like
had-
2,000 years before the tower even fell. So
I wish I had suspicious mind.
I am curious. Is there... I'll just ask Bartholomew. As we start setting out towards the edge of the ring of stones. Do you know the true name of this place?
that's lost to time, friend.
It doesn't say on the
Good to hear
blueprint.
it. For that means that it is easier to protect, no?
Yeah, nobody can even read the runes anymore. So
And what do you seek in the ruins? It is dangerous to come out all this way, no, Bartholomew?
but I mean, it is. But what does every bard seek other than fame and fortune? I'm no different. And if I join the first party in 1,000 years to make it out of the spire alive, well, there's a story worth telling. That might get me a little bit of both, huh? Oh, I was wondering why Steve was frozen. He just lost power.
Oh,
He's just-
I was wondering that as well too. I was like,
Yeah, I thought he was
Steve
just.
was talking, and I don't want to hop in. Is something you want to say?
Because he looks, I feel like he often
But-
sits still like that.
He
And
does.
so I was like,
So,
and so I was like, he's thinking. He's thinking.
he's thinking about what to say.
That's so
All
funny.
right. Well, let's assuming we get out of the ruins safely. So stay on your toes, Bartholomew. Don't let us down. And all right, maybe we'll make you famous.
I'll do what I can. And I won't slow you down. I can promise that much.
Well, I've got short little legs. I don't run real fast anyway. So
Well, hey, maybe I'll pick you up if it's necessary.
oh, all right.
Maybe if it's not.
All right.
Just go.
Yeah.
I think we leave. We make our way to the ruins.
Yeah.
Start running.
I can't stop. I can't run that fast.
As you guys are making your way to the ruins, there you do start to notice a higher concentration of dark, like people who are wearing clothes that appear to be associated with the Darkspire Enclave. And I would love for all or some of you to make a threat roll to see how this bit of travel goes.
I'm gonna go grab my dice.
Yeah, the threat being that the Darkspire Enclave will definitely see you guys and at least have to explain why you're where you are.
All right.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
So this is a threat roll to what? To try to avoid being spotted by anyone of the Enclave?
Yes.
Okay.
And this should probably be a group roll.
A group roll. Yeah, sure.
Uh-huh.
I want to read about
Nice, because I'm half human, I have the human trait of supportive, so I have +1 dice for group actions.
Nice.
Are we? So I assume we're all doing the same one. So probably stealth.
Stealth is tough, no?
Stealth is tough. Yes.
Ellis and Jared are both conspicuous, so stealth
Yeah.
would be.
Stealth is.
I was
hard.
gonna say, so we're like navigating through like the woods. What if we slide it to more of a survival route and just sort of use what we know of the forest, even though it's probably not much compared to the Enclave?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Like tread paths that aren't as like trodden with like brush, so we're trying to
Sure.
not make as much noise as we can. Maybe.
Sure, we could do that. Otherwise, Cass will be like, I mean, our other option is we could just run for it. Try and get to the. I have a feeling. No, seriously, stop. Don't laugh at me. Stop it. Stop it, Jared. Don't laugh. I've got a feeling that they're not going to want to go to the ruins, right? So if we can get to the ruins first, they're not going to follow us.
Indeed, it is infamous for a curse of madness.
Yeah. So if we get there, they won't track us back into it. We will be safe for the moment.
You have a point. And they'll probably think that we've died within, so they wouldn't even bother
They'd probably just leave.
waiting.
I know I said I've got short legs and I don't run fast, but I can actually run pretty fast.
Let us
Yeah.
run only if we must, upon seeing
Bartholomew.
that they will not allow us to pass through and study.
All right. So then Jared's walking through the forest plan then.
Yes. Until then, the ruse is on our side.
All right.
Cool.
Bartholomew, you must know that we are here to study diseases that vex the trees and have reached out into the grassland.
Ah, yes, of course. And he taps the side of his nose.
Yes.
Oh,
I think the gesture that you meant to use was 2 fingers to the forehead and then forward.
Yeah.
Sure. So the I will say for our purposes today, without having Nick, I will say anytime that we're doing a group roll, because he's not here to roll himself, instead of having anybody roll for Nick and have to worry about his stat line or anything,
Yeah.
whoever's leading the roll, just take +1 D for
Oh, okay.
Hellas being
nice.
there.
nice. So,
Assisting.
are we going the survival route
I
then?
think we're going survival, it sounds like.
All right, we choose survival.
Excellent. I think that is probably the right call. And so I think that puts you at risky standard for position and effect here.
Nice. I like that. That's the name of the game. That's the most common one.
Just
So
warning
it
you
is,
all.
that is, yeah.
I am
That
not
is
good
the
at
most common one.
I'm not good at survival.
You're so good because I have 2 pips, so I'm rolling 2 dice, 1 from supportive and 1 from pellet, so I'm rolling 4 dice.
Nice.
And do they still pretty much work the same with deep cuts, where like misses just give me
No.
no?
No. You can
Sorry, I'm
push
sure this
yourself.
was asked before. I'm sorry.
You can push yourself on behalf of somebody who fails. That's
I see. Okay,
That's the
nice. Okay.
Yep.
So we're all basically rolling our own threat rolls, but it being group action gives me that ability to push myself.
pretty much. Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. And so Jared's leading. Is that
Oh,
what I'm
that's
saying?
what I assume. Does someone have a better
Okay.
survival? Well, no,
let's
I've
not
already
talk
said
about
I'm
who's
leading.
leading.
I'm
Let's
leading. Yeah, exactly.
Just follow the
Exactly. Yeah.
narrative.
Yeah.
I think Jared suggested it. Jared.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
makes sense to me.
Give me a piece of this Klondike bar.
Oh no.
Wow, what a roller coaster that was.
Oh no.
Alright.
How about you guys tell me what you got first?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to. I rolled a 2.
Amazing.
I'm rolling 2 dice and taking the lower, and I rolled a 2.
All right, what did you roll, Steve?
2 6s.
Oh, amazing.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I got a 3.
Okay.
4 dice, and the highest
rolled-
was a 3.
I rolled 2 2s and 2 3s. Ridiculous.
Incredible. I have never been happier about something.
I mean, I'm obviously going to push myself. Whatever.
Of course.
But
yeah, let me just pull up your
You already have. Maybe I can push myself for you since it's a group action, anyways. And that's like my whole role, isn't it?
I'll be fine. I haven't even triggered lucky yet. My halfling trait to add plus
Okay.
1 die to push.
That's what I'm here for.
Maybe I'll hold it though. Do
Yeah.
you want? Okay, all right.
No, I have
Just
no
gonna have to
stress
push
for it.
yourself twice though.
Let me do my thing.
All right. Fine.
Okay. I just want to be sure. Let me help me clarify something real quick here, Justin.
Mhm.
Because it's a group roll, but
Yeah.
it's still kind of like you guys are rolling into the
Yeah.
the thing that gets like dicey for me here. It's kind of confusing. Is because of the way that the group roll works now,
Yep.
where Lyrian critted, but both Cass and Jared failed.
Yeah.
And so does the party succeed because Lyrian critted?
Yeah. So no, we're facing this threat individually. We're just all basically all a group action really does now is increase our scale when you assess like position and effect.
Okay.
Is really all it does.
Okay.
Like think about it in this sense, right? Like if Cass were to fight 3 guys by herself, their scale would be higher.
Right.
But if we all take a group action, then our scales equal out because we're on equal footing in terms of like.
Okay. So in that situation, you guys might take like I see. So if you guys were in a combat situation doing a group roll like that,
Yep.
You and Danny would both take harm. And
Probably,
Steve
yeah, something
wouldn't
like that.
because
Exactly.
of the way the
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Awesome. I think I'm getting my head around it. This I feel a little bit like I did about balance when we played Avatar.
This one does. I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
new deep cuts group actions take a little bit to think about, just because of this situation where it's like some fail and some don't.
Mhm.
It's clear in a combat situation, but in something like this, you kind of have to massage the narrative, I think, a little bit to be like, how
Yeah.
does it make sense?
I think then in this case, we'll say, I think I have an idea for how this works. Stop me if this doesn't make sense. But you guys, like, you make the decision to go the survival route and try and go quickly through the brush and kind of scout a path where you can just move fast and try and go unseen but not sneakily. And Lyrian and Pellis and Bartholomew all kind of disappear into the brush. Like it's almost like they become one with the forest and kind of just disappear into the forest. And but as Cass and Jared, as you turn to go, Jared, your armor just starts clinking and making just such a racket. And Cass, you just don't see a root and you trip on it. And it doesn't like knock you prone or anything like that, but just like you lose your footing for a second. And the commotion of you tripping and Jared's armor, you see this group of 3 Darkspire elves, all their heads all just on a swivel, turn towards you. And one of them goes, "Oi, what are you lot doing here?"
All right, yeah. So I would like to push myself. If I push myself for myself, and can I also do that since it's a group action for Cass? Can I push myself twice? All right, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
So I think I'm gonna first push myself on behalf of Cass.
What do you
So
do?
I have the deep cuts thing open.
What do you do?
Yeah, what are you doing to Howard? What does pushing yourself look like in this situation? Also, real quick, Justin, because I don't know if you saw Steve in the chat and WhatsApp. If he just needs you to turn the music down.
Yeah, it's a little hot for me as well.
Sorry.
I think it's somewhat
Just
akin to
consuming my life. Thank you.
somewhat akin to Sam and Frodo at the back gates. I think Jared will just try to like push Cass over and just like throw a cloak over them. And we'll see how effective that is. Maybe, hopefully, his cloak's pretty dirty from venturing in the woods for this long. Otherwise, they'll just see a like an obvious like black or gray cloak just sitting there. Like, all right. So
Yeah.
I'm going to roll. When you push yourself, make a roll using the attribute that corresponds to the type of consequence you're suffering. All right. So I believe you tell me which attribute, right?
Yes. Let me just pull that up. So you're trying to avoid, not reduce, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I mean,
I think since I'm doing it on behalf of Cass first, maybe it's just me even just pushing her into like some brush.
yeah.
I like that.
I think with what you described for how you're trying to do this with Cass, I would say this is reflex.
Okay, that makes sense. And my reflex is
A solid
no
0.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
rolling 2, and I'm taking the lower.
Good.
Mhm.
Anything I
Thank
can
you for
do
this. Thank you for this.
You're welcome. You're so welcome.
I could have done this myself.
You're so
Did
welcome.
any of you use
I like it.
advantage on the last roll?
No.
No.
No, I'm gonna use advantage here.
Okay.
All right. So if someone could mark that to roll
Yep.
1.
So there's 3. There should be 3 in each pool right now,
Yep,
right?
3 in each now, yeah.
Okay. So GM, you can ask the GM what the reduced consequence will be before you commit to making the roll. Oh, I can ask the GM what the reduced consequence will be before I make the roll. But I'm trying to avoid it completely, right? That's where we've already.
Yeah, you're trying to
established.
avoid it completely, as I understand. So if if you are successful here, they won't notice Cass, and then we'll find out what's happening with you once, because you're going to push yourself for you as well. But
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna. So this is me pushing Cass into some brush.
mhm.
You can
I
push
got a
yourself, or
I
you
got
can
a
push gas into a
Nice.
bush. You know.
You got a 6.
So yep. So I only marked 1
Okay.
stress.
Amazing. So, yeah, Cass kind of just like disappears into there's just a boysenberry bush here, and Cass is fully consumed by this bush.
I love it. And what exactly did you say they were gonna ask?
Oh, they're asking like, what are you doing
asking.
here? Like,
Yeah.
it's clear to them, even from a distance, that like probably based slightly on your complexion and size and Cass's size entirely, that you are not elves, and therefore in their minds are not welcome here.
Yeah. I was thinking about. Okay.
Because Jared's
Alright, so
a
the
half
way-
orc, right? Am I right? Yeah.
Yes,
it's
Jared's a
in-
half orc, yeah.
Yeah. So they can see from probably you've got like a slight grayish green to the
Yeah.
skin, and they can.
So here's how I'm pushing myself for myself. After pushing Cass into this nearby brush, Jared will sort of, with like a little like wobble, a little slurred speech, say, "Oh, I was just at the nearby tavern and heard about some nearby ruins and got incredibly curious."
This was not the plan, Jared. Okay.
You're like way up there.
Okay, let's see here. So now you're trying to reduce, not avoid. Then,
Yeah.
so they're.
I don't want to roll
You're
with
really calling
reflex
more
again.
attention to yourself. Okay.
I don't want to roll with reflex again to push myself.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so this particular role, I think, would be will,
Okay. I am better at that.
and the reduced. I mean, again, depending on how you roll, this would look like them. They're noticing you either way.
Mhm.
On a success here, they're gonna let you go, essentially like a cop letting you off with a warning.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I'm rolling with 2 dice. I think I don't need to add it. I'm gonna add advantage.
Okay, sure.
All I know is Johnny could just doom the hell out of me right after I roll this, but yeah, I'm gonna add advantage.
That is scary. It's a scary aspect
That
of this
is
game.
scary. That is scary. So I'm rolling with 3 dice.
I'm letting you guys use all your advantage so I can have all the doom when you get to the ruins.
Oh no.
Oh, jolly good.
Okay, there's a 6 there. There is a 6 there.
Amazing.
6 and 2 5s. So
Cool. Yeah. So you're just marking 1 stress then, and they, one of them the one that noticed you is starting to move toward you, and another one grabs his sleeve and like says something you can't hear from this distance, but kind of points in another direction, and then the third one goes, "Get back there! You don't belong here." And then they turn and go away.
All right. Thank you very much. And he sort of like wanders off, like humming the song that was being sung in the tavern. Side eyes Cass in the brush where she is, and like it's like, all right.
Sir Bartholomew is flattered. Your song of choice.
Cool. I mean, so now you guys are in the woods. You've already been spotted once. What happened? What are you doing?
I'm
We
sorry.
don't get to the ruins.
Not immediate. I mean, like the ruins are not right there, and there's threats throughout the forest. I want to see if you guys, and there's options, right? It's across the lake, Justin.
Sure. We do the same thing then. We do survival again. You know.
Try again.
Jared, if you are noticed, simply let me speak on our behalf first.
Well, then don't go all sneaky and go off into the forest. That isn't.
Yeah, we thought we lost you.
I didn't hide that well, did I? Strange.
See you.
I'm very out of my element here. My apologies.
If you like, we could simply abandon your armor forever. I've been fine without it.
Jared looks at his armor and at the Larkhold
to carry it.
sigil on it. I'll keep it on for now. I've already marked it under my load, so I can't.
Very well. Then loud and heavy we shall be.
That's why
Let us press on.
we should just run for it.
Perhaps I've already established that.
Running
There's
loud
a
and
trunk.
heavy may draw worse things than elves, Cass.
Yeah, but we'll get to the ruins fast, and then they won't follow us.
I do not wish to die very soon. There are things I must learn, Cass.
Fine.
To learn them, I
just
must
saying.
live.
We're gonna do the same
Bartholomew.
thing. We're gonna be caught a lot.
Bartholomew. How much farther across the lake is it?
It's like directly across. You guys seemed like you really wanted to walk, so we walked, but we could have taken.
I
like,
was
a
going to
boat.
ask. Yeah, are there boats?
Yeah, we'd have to go back to the village. We could do that. I mean,
I feel more sure-footed here. Though I suppose water is Cass's element.
Oh yeah, I could guess over there. Like they split.
Well,
But this is your forest, Larian. So
we have succeeded for now. Jared, your ruse was adequate.
Hell yeah.
Just, a classic Lyrian compliment. Yeah, I think Lyrian will sort of instinctually step ahead and take the lead this time. But I do think it's another survival role because I don't think there'll be anything materially different in my approach, at least.
yeah, the threat is similar, but I would say like at this point it is heightened. Like,
yeah,
there is some level of attention that's been drawn to you guys now, and so it's not just that they'll notice you; it's that they will pay attention to you, and it may result in combat if that happens.
the elves specifically, or are you
Yes,
just speaking vaguely about them?
The
collective
elves,
living-
the
okay,
threat
the
that's
elves.
already been established in this part of the woods.
Yeah. So this is a good mechanics question that informs kind of a player decision here. Like with spells like illusion, which we've touched on a bit in the context of a pretty short scene. Like it says it lasts as long as you can focus on it. It can be very detailed, but only trick one sense. I'm wondering essentially how plausible it is to just create like a large scale illusion. Like is there any sense of cap on like could I create a whole illusory tree folk?
That's a great question.
Could I make an illusory world?
There isn't, but I would say that informs your position and effect, right?
Yeah. The scale.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I have a simpler idea that will require less mental strain. Yeah, I would like to create a... Oh, what's the best? Is it sight or is it touch?
Oh,
yeah, I'd like to
perhaps.
create a sight-based illusion, Johnny, that simply spreads what looks like... do we come up with a name for this disease? Some sort of plague.
COVID-19.
Swine flu.
Oh, the rot.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we just call it the rot?
That's what we've been
This-
calling it. But
I love
Scarlet
it.
Rot.
Yeah. What? Why is it Scarlet?
That was an Elden Ring reference. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Man,
I would
wish
like
Nick was
to-
here.
I will cast illusion, and I just want to spread like tendrils of the rot in every which direction in the forest, as far as I can. Because I just know that would be an alarming thing, and would draw some study for as long as it looks. This is a sight illusion. As long as it looks like the rot is spreading.
Yeah. I think, I mean, like, I think that would create something nearing a panic among the Darkspire who see it. And so I think that there's still a role here because I don't think it's going to pull their attention completely away from, and they're going to be, because they're examining
it's more
the
to
rot,
try to
looking,
to try to help our survival role.
Well, I'm just trying to. I'm just verbally justifying why this doesn't put you in a controlled position.
Cool.
Yep. But I think that it will give you. I think it's still going to be risky position, but great effect.
Okay. Very cool. Risky position, great effect. Unless anyone objects, another survival roll to try to get towards the ruins. Yeah.
It was great. We have a better
Right.
effect than last time, so.
Okay, so it's Justin.
I'm still rolling 2 dice and taking the lower.
All right. It sounds like though maybe this time Lyrian's leading it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am.
Right.
And I'm happy to stress myself for all of you.
Let me look at something.
Oh, 6. See, I outweighed the first 3 I rolled with like a 5 and 2 6s. So I'm good.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, because you guys are so with the way that coordinate's written. I mean, you're facing the same threat, but does that mean that you have to roll the same attribute?
If we're doing group action, yes. Otherwise,
Okay.
divide and conquer. Although the divide and conquer is that we're facing a variety of threats.
Mhm.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't say
So
under the group action. It doesn't say
So
that it has to be the same attribute.
the question is, are we facing the same threat or not? If we're facing the same threat, then it is a group action. We're all doing the same thing to get around the singular threat. If there are a variety of threats that we're facing, i.e., like, I'm gonna go back to combat because it's just an easy way to do it.
Yeah.
Like, let's say someone is up on a wall on a turret,
Mhm.
and there are 2 people on the ground. It's still the same combat action, but there are multiple threats, and we don't want to do the like, all right, now let's shine the spotlight over here, and now let's shine the spotlight over here. We're just kind of like all acting at once, even though we're facing ostensibly 2 different threats: the guy on top with the turret, and then the 2 people with weapons on the ground.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. My only pushback would be that you guys can face the same threat still and handle that threat different ways, because it doesn't say that it's the same.
Yeah,
attribute.
I think when it was written, though, it was with that in mind, because under the little italicized section, it says you're all prowling past the guards to get so on and so forth.
Okay.
Whereas in the other example, it says while you prowl past the sentries, I'll finesse into the boat. Maybe Ruby can survey, and so I think it was made with like that in mind, where
so you're facing the same threat but doing it differently.
No. I'm agreeing with what you were saying, Justin. I think group action under coordinate was made with the intention that you're all rolling the same action, whereas divide and conquer was made where you're
separate actions,
more so, separate actions,
yeah.
At least that's what I'm.
If that's, I accept that interpretation. I'm just saying I don't think that these things are as mutually exclusive as it's.
Yeah, I know it doesn't outright say that you all roll a different one, but
I'm like my point is that like I think even in this particular instance, same you guys can be facing the same threat, and it might make more sense for Lyrian to do survival while Cass uses stealth, and it's still the same threat. You're not facing different threats just because Cass is being sneaky and Lyrian's being crafty.
Yeah, it's just all we need to do then is zoom into each person individually. It's not
That's fine. Let's do that. I don't want to drag you into stuff.
It's up to you guys. You can do a group roll, and if that means that everyone has to do the same thing, whatever. Or you can roll.
And I think more so in this instance too, we don't necessarily need to zoom into each person individually when they roll, like when they fail. Maybe like that's something we do anyways with group actions. You know, like.
Look, friend, sneaking is not my strong suit, regardless. So there's not a world in which Cass is good at this.
Good at just getting through here without causing trouble. I love it.
Okay, then group survival roll.
Alrighty.
I rolled a 2.
Oh, beautiful. I'll push myself.
Okay.
Well, we'll have to find out what happens first, I suppose. But
yeah. Well, let's get the rest of the rolls too.
5.
I got a 6.
Okay.
Steve, cool. Did you add the +1 from from Pellis?
Yeah, did you add 1D from?
Oh no, I didn't.
Pellis.
Here you go. Still 5.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, so at this point, the more elves have gathered nearby to start examining the rot spreading among these trees, seemingly out of nowhere. And as you guys are going, there's just part of, I think the way that I would see this particular survival role, not that you guys are sneaking or stealthing, but you're following Lyrian as like kind of leading a path that like you're meant to walk in her footsteps so that you don't step on like branches and make big sounds and things like that. And then so I think like in this process, Cass just steps wrong and a twig snaps, and then all of a sudden there are 4 elves who have their bows up and drawn and pointed in Cass's direction. They are about to release.
Oh. Okay, I will push myself. So I have to mark 1 stress, correct?
Oh, no, you roll first.
No.
Oh, I do roll first. And it determines how much stress I take. That's right. Okay. Correct.
So, yeah. You can push yourself to avoid or reduce it. So you're making a roll using a related attribute to improve the result of the threat roll, increase the effect of the action, or activate certain abilities.
I think, if I'm understanding this right, I want to focus on improving the result, but does it automatically mean that I would push it no matter how low it is to a place of like a 6 effectively?
Well, it'll be a place of a 4 to 5, right?
It's up 1 category. Ugh. And you rolled a 2, Cass?
Yeah.
I rolled a 2. Correct.
Yeah. This is great. I love leaning into the new system, but it is hard to think through.
You probably want to avoid it, right?
I mean, it's really up to Johnny whether we reduce it or
Yeah, depending on what Steve says.
I mean, that's my ideal, but it sounds like.
Well, I want to know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
What are you pushing yourself to do?
So essentially, they would draw bows, correct, and turn towards us. That's what you said.
So, if you don't push yourself and don't do anything, they're about to release arrows they're about to fire on Cass.
Yeah.
If you do push yourself and reduce it one tier, they have drawn bows. They are paying attention. You're not because of the way Cass rolled. You can't avoid them knowing that you guys are there now.
Yep. That's
But
so
you
epic.
can stop Cass from taking harm at this point.
Sure.
Yeah. What to do, my loves? Yeah, what can I do to dissuade these archers? Well, I would have to first and foremost reveal myself and make sort of a grand gesture of surrender, like a wide-armed stance. That's what I imagine doing to try to immediately signal, don't shoot at this unwitting halfling. So can I roll for that to reduce consequence? I just want to give them pause so that they're drawing bows but not firing, and hopefully we'll be able to deal with whatever remains after that politically. That's my hope.
Sure. Yeah. So I think that would be will.
Okay. I will you to stop.
Will you please stop?
Will you please?
I'm Scott Hoy.
Alrighty. Nope, that's bad. All right.
What is it?
A 2 into 1, so 2 is my highest roll.
All right, so you're gonna take 3 stress.
Oh, good. Yes, that's very good.
So the
Thank
thing
you,
about
Cass.
so pushing yourself here, the thing you did push yourself. You're taking
still
the
do it,
stress.
yeah.
You did the thing.
Yes, I did.
But you
I
just
did.
take more stress for it.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Yeah. So at this point, their bows are drawn. They're aiming at 2 are still aiming at Cass. Now 2 have moved their bows to Lyrian, and are sighting down their arrows at Lyrian. And one of them, what are you doing here?
We were permitted by your people. We are of the waking root, and we are studying the rot, which is appearing suddenly in parts of the forest.
His eyes quickly flick between all of you. And I want you to make there's gonna be another threat here. That he doesn't believe you.
Yeah.
That you weren't given any sort of a sign of safe passage or anything like that. There's nothing that you're showing him that says anything that you could be lying for all he knows. There's there's nothing. And so the threat here is that he doesn't believe you, and they fire on you.
Okay.
And at this point too, I think that there are more who are starting to lift up their bows and pay attention. And by exposing yourself, I think, Jared, I don't know what you're doing, so I won't speak for you, but I'll say that at this point, they have spotted Pellis and Bartholomew as well.
Okay.
Nice. I think because we were on our way to get a boat, right?
No.
We're continuing
No?
on.
We're continuing.
I was
on.
just
Okay, okay,
let's keep walking.
Okay. All right. You say what you're going to say, Steve. I'm going to think.
Buffering. Yes. So, Johnny, is this the point at which I roll to see if what I said was enough? Was
Yes,
it
you're gonna.
persuasive?
This is a threat roll, so you're gonna tell me what you're rolling with, and I'm gonna give you position and effect.
Yeah. So I want to understand the extent of what lore and perception pertain to, because I don't think that my speaking will really get me out of this related to those skills, but it might.
I mean, it depends on how you're using them, right?
Yeah, I would like to imagine that I can speak confidently about the nature of the rot in such a way that he'll think I'm clearly a scholar of the rot or of similar things. And that would be probably lore. But I probably have to give you something more fictionally, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think perception will be a really hard sell here. Perception is more about what you notice than it is about what you express.
That's fair. So the bit of lore that I'll add into this, with an air of just like cold confidence, Lyrian stares into the eyes of this Darkspire elf and says, "Oof. You had best apply your talents and limited time to this new outbreak of the rot. There is a specific type of flower which we see has some effect. You know it." Oh, I need to come up with something cool here. Come on, brain. You know it as Traveler's Friend.
All right. I think that you are in a desperate position.
Okay.
With limited effect.
Okay. Well, this is where I use our advantage.
All right.
Am I only allowed to use one at a time?
Yep.
All right. 2 for lore, 1 for advantage. There's nothing else I can do to get more dice except... Oh, no, I guess Palace wouldn't apply here. So...
I'm not going to do it on your guys' behalf, but I do want to encourage those of you who are not actively doing something right now to go and take a look at Palace's moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I do have a 6.
Great. All right. So you avoid the threat. So you say this, and you hear the creak of their bow, them like releasing the tension, slowly releasing the tension on their bowstrings, and they are still standing and watching you, but a couple now, like the one who's in the lead, he like sets his bow down to the side and lifts up his hand and makes a couple of like hand signals, and all but 2 of the other elves like kind of fade into the forest and go to start looking for some Traveler's Friend. At least that's what it seems like is happening.
Mm-hmm.
But he looks at you and he says, "If you're here to do something about the rot, show us how it's done."
Of course. Though my primary purpose is to collect information as soon as possible so that we can do more than resist these outbreaks. And she kneels down and draws some powder made from Traveler's Friend, because she has a bunch of healing stuff. I don't know if I have to mark that from anything. Let's see. Or if it's just sort of kind of part of the...
I'll say in this particular instance, you don't need to, because...
Okay, cool.
Or medical supplies.
Yeah. I could for medical supplies if you want. I could mark the load.
But... Yeah, let's go ahead and do that then.
Cool. And so I'll just make sure that as I lean down and rub some of this along the rot tendrils, that I reduce a little bit of the illusion to make it recede.
Yeah. At this point, he kind of breathes like a sigh of relief, and then looks at the other 2 who are still with him and kind of like leans over and whispers something in each of their ears, and they go away. And in a similar fashion to before, now he is addressing you, but not the others in the party. Mm-hmm. And we appreciate the work that you're doing here. You don't have to be here. Carry on. Do what you must. we must get rid of the rot before it spreads any further. And then he makes his way away.
They are not unwise in all things.
Yeah. And so then they're applying themselves to trying to get rid of the rot, or trying to find the traveler's friend so that they can get rid of the rot. And so, at this point now, you guys basically have what is essentially a clear path to the ruins.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, Jared will come out. Jared was hiding because some of the elves have already seen him, so he doesn't want. Definitely don't want them to see him again with them.
You rolled well, you little drunkard.
Yeah.
All right.
That was well done there, Lyrian. Nice lie.
I do what I must, though lying is not pleasurable.
What are you talking about? It's the best thing in the world. You can get whatever you want with lying.
Well, I don't know that it would have worked well to have you lie, Cass.
Well, I'm a really good liar.
The next time a lie is required, I yield the floor.
Sounds good.
Cool. I mean, so you guys, you find that there's this space around the ruins here. You finally find that you see this broken spire. There's rubble that you can see like among the foliage and the trees, and this building that clearly used to be much taller, that's still probably 200 or 300 feet tall, but is like crumbling at the top. And so it is what once continued much higher than that now stops at about 200 or 300 feet and is and so you see this spire, you see like what could be the ruins of some other smaller buildings around, but the thing that is most notable here is that there is this almost perfect, if you were to see it aerially, you could assume that it must be like a perfect circle where the grass and clover that lines the forest floor, it stops, and there's some sort of a plant that even Lyrian doesn't recognize, that has this like muddy brown hue but seems alive nonetheless, that covers the ground here. And there are trees on the other side of this line, but they're recognizable as the same trees that exist on the other side of the line. But these trees are gnarled in strange ways and have knots, and there seems to be like the trunk will start going upward, but then all of a sudden take a sharp left turn and then turn back upward and then turn the other. And the trunks are like malformed in odd shapes, and you see trees where it's like two different kinds of trees that don't typically even grow together, their trunks are twisted together and their branches, so they almost form a single tree, and it's like really peculiar looking. And you can tell just right off the bat that whatever curse of madness has taken over this place, it affects all living things. It's not just people, it's not just animals, it is even the plants here are mad.
This is haunting. I've not seen anything like this.
That doesn't look natural at all. Maybe we shouldn't go in there.
What are you doing?
The elderly lady did say that many have come seeking treasure, but few return.
Yeah, you guys even see at this point, you notice a sign that has been put up near there used to be gates there's like a large archway going into the spire. There used to be gates that are no longer attached, but you see a sign over the archway that it says all it says is proceed, but you can tell that there used to be more to the sign that was broken off. So now what probably
Please
used to
don't
say something like
proceed.
do not proceed just says proceed.
It's delightful.
But-
Lyrian, after you.
Right. Lyrian will use. Oof. Oh, this is so hard. Where does perception really come into play as a stat?
So here's why Hearthlight is very unique compared to other Forge and Dark games, because perception is like the only stat where the GM can be like, all right, you guys should roll perception.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which I would actually really love right now.
Yeah. I would love to just kind of take this in before proceeding further. And if you need me to ask specific questions about it, I think that's fine too.
Yeah, no. So I'll say anyone who is paying attention, who's like focused, because it's possible that you're like kind of just going with the flow and not looking for things. But anyone who wants to, feel free to make a perception check right now.
All right.
I think.
I have 2 pips in perception.
I love that D&D is still such a hold on all of us that we call it perception check. You just roll perception check.
Heck yeah. It's a 6 from me.
Amazing. What about you, Danny? Did you?
I rolled a 2.
Okay.
I think Jared's trying to like.
Yeah, this place is real creepy.
Yeah.
It's just creepy. That's all.
It's creepy.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
No, but I think that what you all notice is that when you look past the archway, you can see that there are people inside of this spire. And now it's important to note too that the spire is, like I mentioned how tall it was. Circumference wise, it is probably the spire alone probably would be about the base of it would be about the size of an entire district in a hilltop. And so it is quite massive. These spires were built in antiquity to essentially be functioning cities within a single building. And so you can see through the archway and see people milling around. And you can tell that everything inside is in equal disrepair to what is outside, or at least relatively equal. There are, you can see on this bottom floor, things are probably in better shape than they would be as you continue upwards, and the floors on upper floors have protected lower floors, if that makes sense. And so like the ceiling still exists on, because there are levels that you could still travel to here. Not as many as there used to be, but still. And so down here, things are not as bad as they are if you continue higher, and you can tell, but you can still tell it is a ruin. It is truly a ruin. But especially you, Lyrian, looking through the archway, you can see that there are people milling around who all seem listless. They all seem, none of them seem like they're moving with purpose of any kind. And all of the people that you see are, some of them are quite clearly corpses. Like not just corpse-like, but truly like rotting flesh. And but there are people too that you see, and a lot of the ones that are clearly corpses are wearing ancient clothing, stuff that went out of style thousands of years ago. And some of them are wearing things that you haven't seen in 400 years. And but then there are people that you see who are more corpse-like, but not corpses, who are like emaciated, and their skin is sallow and gray, and but they are wearing more modern clothes. And there's even a handful of people you see milling around who look like they may have only been here a couple of days, like they must have just arrived.
Oof.
But are equally
No.
listless and meandering.
Yeah. Lyrian says before stepping forward and sort of through the threshold of this very unwelcoming gate that says proceed. We might do well to pause a moment. I would speak with something, a non-elf perhaps, but a living thing, at the edge of this terrible place. Now, Johnny, we haven't talked about this on air, but I've been trying to wrestle through why Lyrian may have diminished powers in some respect compared to the past, and we don't have to get at all of the why. But this is an area where I want to lean into maybe speaking to a plant or something like that is at the edge of this cursed-seeming area to see if it can imbue me with any sense of insight, essentially. I'd love a message from the vines that wrap themselves around a tree or whatever. Yeah.
So are you using a move to get this sense, or
Not truly.
okay?
If I had animal empathy, I would ask to expand it mechanically to include non-animal things, you know?
Yeah. No, I think.
But instead, I'm trying to derive some sort of knowledge from nature, but I don't know what the best mechanical output would be.
Yeah, I mean, I think given that, I want some kind of a role for you to try and converse with this plant. I think that there is like you are capable of making a connection, but there is some like social plying that is necessary here, and so the threat, as it were, I hate the term threat sometimes because it's like the consequence, not really. There's not like it's not threatening, but the threat is that you will offend is the wrong word, but you'll do something that will cause these plants in this area to decide that they do not want to divulge what they know to you.
Okay. Yep. I think the gesture then is that Lyrian finds like a patch of like tangling, like ensnaring vines that are, working their way around some other mostly dead and cursed thing, but that seem like they have an edge of normal life to them, like something that's like sort of in the in-between, if there is such a place, right
so
at the edge.
Within the circle?
I was imagining, so did you say that it's pretty stark? Like, is it like as soon as you were to cross through this gate, everything is as you've described?
Yes.
In this cursed state?
Well, not just the gate. There's like a circle that goes around the spire as well.
And if I look at like, for example, the roots of a tree, if there are roots that are on one side and roots that cross into the other, is the whole tree taken by the curse?
It seems like the trees, and you would understand the way that trees' roots work. So it seems like the trees that exist here are either far enough inside of the curse that their roots do not extend out, or far enough outside of the cursed area that their roots do not extend in.
Yeah, so it really is either claimed or not by this curse. Oh, okay. I was wondering about talking to something that seemed like an in-between.
It's essentially you got like a clearing that just runs in a circle around the perimeter of this fire.
What a place of death. This is terrible. Okay. Yeah, I will gesture for the others to wait by lifting a hand as Justin blows his nose, and I will step forward and into this cursed area and just try to find a small plant, small but old looking, something that may have something to tell me about what has taken place here.
Okay. So what do you think you would roll with here to get this information from the plant?
Yeah, if I had the ability to roll for gather information, I would, but I must live in the new system.
I mean, you are still gathering information. Like that's still a thing
Yes.
that you're doing.
I know, but it's not a roll, right?
Correct, but it's just like
Gather with what skill, sort of. I suppose it is perception then. It could be lore, but
I mean,
I associate lore a little bit
This
more
is-
with.
this is my thought is that
Mhm.
Johnny has said that you can make the connection, which means you can talk to these plants.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're gathering, you are gathering information. So you would just have a conversation, and if there's something more that you want to like push through to know, then that would be the threat roll.
Huh. Okay. So in other words,
Yeah.
I should just have a conversation and allow that to inform how I roll. Is that what you're suggesting, Justin?
That's what I'm suggesting. Johnny can rule it however he wants.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
just
I don't-
looking at gather information here.
And this could be a flavor thing, but I don't mean to lock us into a system where Johnny always has to speak on behalf of plants.
Yeah. Also, the way
I don't
I'm,
want them.
the-
I
the
don't want
way-
us to even have to picture them as being fully, like, sort of represented in verbal ways. Like it could be
Oh,
more
sure,
like
sure.
Yeah, that's what I was
plant
thinking too. The way
use a
I was
vague
thinking
sense
too
of
is-
something, you know. Or
Yeah,
sorry,
like
Johnny.
Sure, maybe
especially-
it's not a sure.
Yeah, like
Then
especially
perception
because you've
would
already
make sense,
voiced
though.
how you don't have like animal empathy. I was thinking more
Yeah.
like Lyrian is like, for lack of a better term, like catching the vibe of these plants.
No, for sure.
Mhm.
Then that
Because
does feel
because
like
if
a
we
roll.
already established that you can talk to plants, then you're like, oh, then I'm just not gonna take animal empathy then. You know?
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So I do feel like I'd probably lean into a perception roll.
Yeah. I'm just really looking at gather information, and I think like, yeah, gather information in this instance is difficult because I think we established Lyrian didn't know anything about this spire,
Sure. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
and so there's nothing obvious. I mean, so I'll give you the option. You can do the perception roll,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll see how that turns out, and then you'll have the option to like go into like the deeper parts of gather information with like a devil's bargain or
Mm-hmm.
things like that, depending on how you roll and what you want to do.
Okay. Yeah. Perception it is. 2 dice. 5.
Cool.
What has happened to
yeah.
you, my friend?
I never gave
Lyrian
you
whispers.
I never gave you position or effect. But I
Now
think,
you will.
yeah, no, I think it was going to be like risky standard.
Mhm.
And so with a 5, I'll say it is like kind of like a reduced sort of a thing with this plant. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I will give you like 3 questions that you can ask the plant, and it will respond and then be done. So what you said, what happened to you?
Yes. What happened to you, friend?
You don't hear like words. The plant
Right.
does not like speak to you, but you see images from kind of multiple perspectives. There's like it's not just this plant, it's like this network of plants are communicating with you, but these images are disjointed. So you see images of a thriving this spire when it was in its full glory, and it almost like shined with its own light. And you see like merchants and artisans coming to and from the city. You see images of destruction, of tree folk and elves and men. The tower, you get the sense that the tower didn't fall, it was destroyed, and that it was done purposefully. Then you get images that are almost like not quite words. It's not like you can actually hear it, but you almost have a sense of being able to hear someone inside of the tower who you can't see because these plants are outside. But you can almost hear inside the tower a voice speaking with like hope and like promise, and the voice slowly starts to turn dark and mad. And the chief thing that you get is that the sense that there was someone who came in to lead this tower who, as they went mad, the tower went mad with them.
Is this mad one still alive?
You get a sense of confusion at that question. That not confusion at what the question means, not confusion even at the answer to the question, but confusion at what even is alive. Alive and dead are not distinctions that matter here anymore.
That is chilling and very fair. Based on what we've seen.
Lyrian's final question will be, how might one come through this place unharmed?
In response, like you're touching the leaf of a small vine, and the leaf itself pulls out of your hand, like it retracts from you. But as it does, you get this sense of, and this is like the clearest thing it's communicated to you so far, this sense, almost words repeating in your head saying, touch nothing.
Man, that was juicy AF. All right.
Does Lyrian say that?
Yeah, no. But Lyrian does stand and then turn to the others and say,
If we are to pass through this place unharmed, we must touch nothing. Nothing that seems to be alive or to ever have been alive. Even with stone, take great care lest there be something such as moss on it. Do you understand?
Understood.
Don't touch the living or dead. Got it.
Right. Let us hope that these relics have not been claimed or covered by vines or flesh or any such thing.
Could just burn them away.
We may have to.
And so you guys enter the city. You walk through the arch, and as you step through, the dead and the living and the dead here in the city, they remain listless. To say that there is purpose to what happens next would be a misnomer. But suddenly they begin to move toward you. Not with any haste, not with any purpose, but they begin to fall in around you.
Good.
And suddenly you find yourselves, none of them are being deliberate. None of them are attempting to touch you. None of them are attempting to do anything. But they begin to fill the spaces between your party members. And you find that if Lyrian wanted to reach out and touch Jared, she wouldn't be able to without touching one of these wanderers. And as they fill the spaces between you, and as they surround you, each of you begins to feel a little tickle at the base of your skull, as if someone is trying to say something to you from inside of your own skull. And we'll find out a little bit about that next time.
I don't
wanna.
I don't want to. I'm good. Thank you.
Excellent job, Johnny.
Thank you.
Very
You guys
fun.
too.
Fun stuff, y'all.
you.
Yeah.
No,
Us.
no,
I'm having a
not
blast.
Ron,
I
not
hope-
Hermione.
Yeah.
I'm having a blast with this. I hope you guys are having a blast. I hope you guys listening are having a blast. If you are with us here on Twitch right now, we're going to be back in about 20 minutes at 40 after, whatever time it is for you. And if you're with us on the podcast, we will be back next week. Bye.
Bye.
Power. All night long.
Yeah, nope, still happening. Still happening? Still happening.
For Johnny's part, he just talks
I'm
while
just muted.
muted. So,
I just hopped in and didn't unmute myself. I'm an idiot.
I feel like you all have to talk first.
All right, now you're good. That's how long it took. Now you're good.
It's a long time.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's so strange.
I don't know what is going on.
Let's run a test next time and have me say something outrageous first.
Because so like in Scars of Disorder, we don't have this problem because Danny usually opens.
Yeah, because I open. Mm.
Justin is the cursed one.
I wonder why though. Like that's so weird.
Yeah.
Is it because I'm in like I don't know. Regardless. Hello, welcome. How are you?
Hi. Good. Good to see
Hello.
you.
It's good to see you as well too. It's good to hear you. It's good to taste and to touch and to smell you.
Thank you. Thank
Whoa.
you. Thank you.
I thought of this question moments before we went live, which is oftentimes in fantasy RPGs, there are spells that are named after wizards that created those spells. What would your spell be? Johnny thought of something and then was like, can't say that.
So I think Durgan's whimsical ditty comes to mind.
Okay.
Oh my
all
god.
right.
And
What-
I think,
Yeah, what does it do?
yeah, I think it would make somebody dance, but instead of, I forget, what is it called? There's like a Tasha something dance or
Auto's irresistible.
irresistible dance.
Yeah.
It's less about that, and I think it's more that while they dance, I would like for them to sort of recall fond memories, see the best version of themselves, enjoy, fully enjoy their evening, that sort of thing.
It feels like it should be called like Steve's Nostalgia Bomb.
Bomb. There we go. That was the word I was looking
Steve's
for.
nostalgia bomb.
That's one idea.
Brilliant Spear 2.
How about tragic missile?
Tragic missile. That's good.
I don't know what my spell would be.
It's funny. When you're thinking of this, are you thinking of something that feels quintessentially like an extension of your personality?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. For sure. Yeah. I
'Cause,
think
Just brainstorming, I'm like, I don't want to box Justin into his work,
to my work. What do you mean?
But like, I feel like you might have
Yeah.
some spell that like troubleshoots
That's
somehow.
funny. That's funny. Or just
Handy
sends
anyway
like,
for you.
or just like sends like a list of like, have you tried these common things? Have you turned it off and on? Like an auto reply, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Justin's auto reply.
Yeah, from your like top 10 most common responses type of a thing.
That's funny. I would also love to create a spell that makes everything taste like tonkatsu ramen.
Oh wow,
That's
yeah,
really good.
very useful.
Yeah. Mhm.
Or when you're low on tonkatsu ramen, which is most
Or
of the
if you
time
just
for me.
you want to eat your vegetables, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
boom, tonkatsu.
Mine, I'm having trouble coming up with a name for it, but I can tell you what my spell would do.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
It would give you, you would be able to, you cast the spell and you suddenly have like deep knowledge of a subject, of any single subject, but one of the requirements of the spell is that subject not be relevant to anything in your life or current situation.
Yes. Johnny's tangential knowledge.
Like it.
Mhm. Yeah. What is it? A stroke of useless genius.
That's Johnny's stroke of useless genius.
That one hurts a little bit more, but I'll take it.
Sorry, I'm here for the drama. Danny, you got anything cooking over there?
I've been trying to think of a name.
Okay. Similar to Johnny, you got the idea, not the name.
I think the name would be something along the lines of like Societas Anxious Ritus.
Okay,
And
but
it would
that's
just
not how
give-
the, no,
it
no,
would
it's
just-
Danny's.
what?
It's always like the wizard who creates it.
You don't have to force the name
Yeah,
scheme.
it's not
out.
Yeah, yeah,
No.
It's not a Harry Potter spell.
No,
But it's
Okay,
a D&D,
Danny's-
it's a D&D spell.
Danny's
Tasha's hideous
Societas
laughter.
Anxious Ritus. Basically, what the spell would do is it would make someone be automatically in the mood to go out with me. Not like go out on a date, but like go out. So like if I'm like if we're chilling at home, like, hey guys,
Yeah.
I'm really feeling like tacos at like the at the taqueria. Let's go. Or like, hey, I'm feeling like going to the bars. So like, I'm not really in the mood. Boom.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
glad
they're
you
dying to get
clarified.
out.
'Cause I had a real Cosby vibe at first, but
I want people to I want to force people to date me. No.
Danny's Jello pudding pops.
oh no.
Danny's Jello pudding pops.
Oh, no. You know, looking back on all the like literature or TV shows or whatever that had like the love potion theme,
Mm.
it's just like it's really unhealthy, y'all.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's just like why was this ever a great idea to you? You know, character, whoever you are, don't do it.
Danny's party time.
Danny's party time.
Yeah, I think that sounds dumb.
They all sound dumb, Danny. Otto's irresistible dance. Tasha's hideous laughter.
Odalu's resilient sphere.
Yeah.
Justin's auto reply. They all sound dumb.
You know, and that's because life is dumb, and that's
Life
okay.
is dumb. Magic is
Welcome
dumb.
to Dustfire Media. And for Nick,
what should we call Nick's spell? Would be
he has no power to tell us no. Speaking
we
of the
have-
importance of
yeah.
consent.
Like Danny's spell.
Nick's tough.
Nick's tough. I feel like he often goes on rants, well-deserved rants,
Mm-hmm.
like Nick's filibuster. That sounds like fun. He just like captivates an audience and gets to tell him what's up for however long he wants.
That's sick. So it compels people to sit and listen for the duration of the
Yeah. They
the
just gotta listen.
spiel.
Yeah, I was about to say
has
like,
that.
what if that one is like
But this would be magical.
like the inverse of Tasha's hideous laughter, where it creates like an illusion that they are forced that like then filibusters about something you care about, but they're forced to sit and listen to the
Yeah,
illusion
yeah.
talk.
That's hilarious. That's funny. That's funny. Those are good. These are all very, very good. Happy magic spells, y'all.
Happy magic spells.
Happy magic spells.
And happy magic spells to you.
Thank you.
And also,
And with that, I will turn it over to Johnny.
Amazing. Welcome back,
We're all
everybody.
gonna be in big trouble this episode.
Yeah, Big Trouble in Little Spire. So yeah, you guys, for those of you joining us after a week's break on the audio version, I'll give you a quick refresher. And those of you who are joining us on Twitch, if you're just joining us on Twitch, why are you just getting here now? And if you've been with us on Twitch, you know what's going on. So that's cool.
Maybe they had stuff going on. We're happy you're here.
Hey, I didn't say I wasn't happy they're here. I am disappointed that they weren't here sooner, though.
I'm not disappointed, listener. I love you.
I'm not mad.
I'm-
I'm just disappointed.
I am twice the father Justin is, and I'm disappointed.
Whoa! Whoa!
I mean that.
Whoa.
I mean that in the most directly literal sense possible. I've got two here. I've got one.
Whoa! You're not wrong. Johnny.
Yeah, that's discouraging because given the mathematical difference represented by the leap between 0 and 1, I am infinitely less the father than Justin or Johnny are.
It's
And
true.
so is Dan.
It's true.
Until you are a father, you are infinitely not a father.
You're in.
Yep.
there's no percentage increase that could get me there, you know?
Oh,
well.
man. Anyway, last time you guys found your way from the village. You found out how to reach and found some information about the ruins that you're searching for. You found out that it is, in fact, one of the ancient dark spires from which the dark spire enclave gets their name. You also found out that it is cursed, and that curse is a curse of madness that seems to affect everything living and dead within the curse's domain. Then Lyrian, also through some conversation, for lack of a better term, with a plant, found out that in order to avoid the curse, you guys need to get in and out of the spire without touching anything, which may be difficult considering you need to take at least one thing. But with that, you made it into the ruins of the spire, and you find yourselves surrounded on all sides, and in between party members, each of you individually is surrounded by these shambling, hollow people, some who seem like corpses, some who seem like they may still be alive, but none who seem to have any conscious thought in their heads. And as you move, they are kind of just listlessly moving along with you.
I have a clarifying question. Because when Lyrian relayed this information back to us, she said not to touch anything that is living or dead. But it is not to touch anything.
Well, Lyrian said not to touch anything living or dead. I didn't say that.
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Okay.
Yep.
Because now we're basing all this. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jared
You're basing it
understood
on
that
my
as-
interpretation of a sense that I got from a plant.
I love it. I
Yeah.
love it. It's gonna
Also-
make picking up that book real.
I mean-
interesting.
I mean, the way Jared interpreted that is don't touch anything living and don't touch anything dead. And the way he, I think, maybe correct me, maybe just Johnny doesn't think Jared would go to this conclusion, but anything dead, Jared also roped in inanimate objects in that as well.
Hey,
I mean,
Nah,
I
I
can't
don't
tell
think
you
I
what
would.
conclusions
Yeah.
Jared would come to. You are the only one who knows that.
Jared's not gonna touch anything. Like that's his plan.
we're touching the ground.
Are
you?
we wearing shoes?
Lyrian is not wearing shoes. And Lyrian is treading very carefully and hoping that avoiding living or dead things will get us the way there.
Yikes. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Jared, as we're like walking in this crowd, you said that like it seemed to me that you voiced it that Jared and Lyrian are like pretty close, but because we're separated, like Lyrian, if she wanted to reach out and touch me, she couldn't.
Correct. Not without touching
nonetheless-
one of the shamblers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Nonetheless, Jared will speak out to Lyrian in sort of a hushed voice,
Mm-hmm.
but
Seems
still
like a
like
good
all these
instinct.
things are around him. But he'll speak out and say, "Lyrian, you said that woman said that the ruler of this spire went mad and spread that madness or something."
So Danny, I don't know how to respond to that because it's actually a synthesis of something the lady at the pub told me and what the plant sort of imbued through imagery. So let me just rewind my
okay.
brain for a second.
Yeah, the
What
woman
if- yeah.
only said that there was a madness that spread throughout the
Oh, okay, yeah. So Jared will just ask that then. I guess if you haven't talked about like
Yeah.
the Mad King,
This
then
is a
Jared
great
will say,
organic opportunity to relay a little more. Yeah. Yes, whatever came of this place, it had to do with one singular figure who, by their madness, seems to have dragged the rest of these poor folk down and all living things into the same curse.
Does dispelling the folk here of this curse seem beyond our abilities, Lyrian?
Certainly beyond anything I know.
What if we just kill the leader, right? Seems like everyone who died here is still alive, so he's probably here too.
If I read the ways of that plant well, things like living and dead are not as clean distinctions here.
Sure,
But
a
we will
fireball's a
destroy what
fireball.
we can.
Fireball's fireball.
Agreed.
Yes, but can you kill that which is already dead?
I can try.
As these things, these shamblers, like I just feel like we're actually maintaining a relatively admirably composed conversation despite how close they are. Johnny, I just feel like based on your description, they're converging sort of
Around us.
around and packing in. And so is there a sense of imminence of like we're all about to be sort of sandwiched and touched any moment?
There is. So I was actually just about to get to that.
Yeah.
You do notice like some of these shamblers are coming out of other doorways and coming out from like there are a couple of staircases situated around. This is a very large area that you're in. It is a courtyard. It's a little bit difficult to tell what it used to be used for, but now it's full of shamblers and they are piling in, and so you are not necessarily in imminent danger of being touched if you're paying attention.
Yep.
But it is growing more crowded.
We're sort of having to actively move and shuffle and strategically find open space and that sort of thing to stay away from the growing mass.
Yeah, and I think just instinctually as well, Jared will pull out a shield just in case.
Yeah,
Sort of,
yeah, that's great.
Use that.
Wish I had one of those. I'm just sort of keeping my scythe out at a distance to prod if needed.
One thing I will give you guys, because Pellis is present, but Nick is not here, so I will just give this to you because it's something that Pellis would likely notice, and I think it's something that Nick would probably ask about. There are no symbols to the gods within the building. Like you don't see any like specific iconography of any kind that it seems to be a part of these ruins. But what you do see, what Pellis sees and relays to you guys, is that there are several various throughout the room. There are various people of various states of decay, and like there are some. They run the gamut here of people who are wearing a specific type of vestment that would be recognizable. It looks very much like judges' robes, which you would all know to be priests of Brathiam, the god of the scale, wear judges' robes. But beyond that, they all have a sigil on, like in the center of their chest. Some of them have like it's like a necklace with like a large pendant on it. Some of them it's like sewn in, depending on like what era they're from, sort of a thing. But with a triangle that has the symbol of Brathiam at the top, but the symbols of Leon and Firin, who are the goddesses of light and darkness, and his wives on it as well. What you would know about the symbol, or what Pellis would definitely know about the symbol and relay to you guys, is that this is a particular sigil used by priests to all three of those deities, who are specifically tasked with helping the mad and mentally infirm. And so
wow, that is
Pellis
a really
would be
mixed message, because I feel like I should be sorrowful,
That
and yet I'm terrified of like the undead. So,
yeah, and some of them, to be clear, some of them are not undead. Some of them look like they've come recently, and they are husks, but they are not dead.
But they are not,
as far as you can tell. And
that makes it harder
the thing
to burn
that would
them.
be incredibly disconcerting to Pellis, especially, is the fact that these people are dedicated to deities who are centered around mental faculties, and their job is to help people come out of madness, and yet they seem to have succumbed to whatever is going on here.
It's a mockery.
Indeed.
I agree. We should keep pushing forward, see if we can get to the door.
Bartholomew speaks up at this point and points to a doorway to your collective right, and says, based on the blueprints, I think the archive is supposed to be that way.
Very well.
All right, let's move.
That way then.
Now, I'm debating a little bit in my head whether this should be a group roll or individual. But I would love for a threat roll from all of you. The threat being the threat of touching these shamblers. I will say too, just to give you a little bit more of a picture of what's going on here, they are moving with you, and it seems almost like they have this innate ability to move in concert with you. The ones who are kind of like formed around you, there's like the ones who are directly around you seem to be moving with you. If you take a step to your left, they all move to the left with you. And the rest kind of around that perimeter it's almost like have you ever seen like a large flock of birds or a large school of fish, and the way they kind of like float around each other? It's that sort of a thing.
That's exactly what I pictured. Like we're sort of walking and they're sort of like,
and so there's like this group that is like, if you imagine there being like 6 surrounding each of you who are glued to you with invisible strings, and it is those same 6 who are moving with you in any given direction, but the rest are moving around them as if they formed some bubble around you.
Gross.
Is it mostly dense, like closest to us? Like as it starts to get out, does it?
Yes, it is.
A little, okay.
Yeah, it starts to dissipate as you kind of look out. It might be hard for Cass to see that actually, but the majority of these bodies
bend down and look through the legs
are fair enough. But they like I said, they are kind of packing in more. So farther and farther out is getting more and more dense.
Okay.
But yeah, I would love a roll from you guys. I'll let you guys discuss and decide if you want it to be a group roll or individual rolls. I'm comfortable with either. But to see whether or not you can move and change directions without touching anyone.
Yeah. So that's the threat is getting
threat
touched.
is touching them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to cast a spell.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
I would
I'm like searching all of our spells feverishly. I'm like, oh, please.
I would like to cast float on myself,
Oh.
and then I'll just jump over them, jump to the door.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, so Cass, I mean, that would put you in a controlled position. So there would be no roll from you. But as you float up above their heads, you notice 2 things at once. One, the space where you had been standing closes in. And 2, all of them begin like reaching up toward you.
Oh,
gross. Very gross.
And you can see the rest of you especially see as they begin like not just it unlike a lot of their movements so far, this is not a casual reaching. They are like straining to try and get you now.
Yeah. Oh, I picture like this is another Elden Ring reference, but like those like ghoul guys in Elden Ring who are just like scrawny and like they walk in those crowds and like they basically do that. It's terrifying. Ooh,
yikes!
Gross.
I don't know her.
Yeah, well.
Yep.
So, I am I'm gonna roll on Pellis's behalf here.
Okay. Nice. Good. Very good.
But Lyrian and Jared. So Cass is kind of like pulled herself out of the situation.
Yeah.
Why don't we actually let me retract what I just said. I'm not gonna roll for Pellis. I'm gonna have whoever's gonna lead this group action is gonna just take an extra 1d for Pellis. And
So, yeah.
I think it is still a group role. I'm going to say though, whoever's leading, I'm also going to have them take an extra die for Cass, because Cass is kind of out of the situation, which does help you. So Cass, you don't need to mark any stress.
Nice.
I'm basically giving you a free help action here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so really it's Jared and Lyrian, one of the two of you needs to lead some action. You guys decide what action it is to move, and you have some.
Did you have something in mind, Steve?
If I understand the lay of things, we would have to do something similar to Cass to truly make a way all the way to the door. Is that correct, Johnny? Yeah.
If you were going to do it with basically a controlled position at this point, you'd have to do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So this I will do at this point for two reasons. I hope both will be evident. I will actually. Oh wait, you've already described that there's these forms, shamblers between me and Jared.
Yes.
So at this point, it is not possible for me to grab a hold.
Well, I was
going
to ask about that. Going to ask about that. You said they're walking in unison with us, right, Johnny?
To some degree, yeah.
Yeah. If whoever's in front were to slow down a little bit, and we would try to catch up more, would the little blobs of space, the small blobs of space between us and the ghouls, for shamblers rather, would they if the person in front of me were to slow down, that being Lyrian, and I were to try to catch up to them, would our little blobs of space merge?
Do you want to try it?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's about to get
And
cozy.
try to see if this helps at all. Jared, his shield in one hand, he'll sheath his sword and pull out his lantern lit.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I want you to make. We'll have a threat roll here. The threat being that it is essentially the same threat that is imminent in this group roll as well. That you are going to touch a shambler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By experimenting with the
I'm
movement
sheathing
pattern.
my sword, pulling out a lantern, trying to cut. Okay, and I think I want to do survival because
I think that's reasonable.
yeah.
I think you are in a risky position with a limited effect.
Okay.
The dialogue piece here is going to be, Jared, I believe I will slow my steps to see if we might be able to join hands for a moment.
Lord.
And so I just want, in case it does anything, I don't know if it's a help action or not. She's been kind of keeping the scythe out in whichever direction she can. Obviously, if you're surrounded, it doesn't matter at some point, but to try to keep a distance. But I will also, I would like to mark magic oil on my bandolier, or rather mark my bandolier for use here. And magic oil says that when applied to a weapon, it gains the magic damage type. This lasts for a single hit. I don't know whether that will do anything, but I have now just kind of run oil on the edge of my scythe.
If she hits the fan, it might be nice to have on your scythe.
So, and then I will slow my step and allow you to roll.
Okay. What are we at for advantage doom?
You have one advantage.
Then I won't use that. Is there still trading in this? Trading position for effect in Deep Cuts? Or no?
I don't. So I don't believe it mentions that in Deep Cuts. So
yeah,
ostensibly, then yes.
Okay. Because I think I would like to do that. Go down to a desperate position for standard effect.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
What does that look like? What makes the situation more desperate?
So not like literally pushing and touching with a shield, but he's like becoming, as he gets his lantern out and his shield forward, like almost more so like forces himself towards Lyrian.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can drive with that.
Definitely risking like actually touching them more. I think maybe in Jared's head he's thinking if my shield touches them, maybe that doesn't count. So that's why he's a little more with the shield. He's a little more haphazardly just pushing forward.
I too am hoping for some sort of transitive property to not apply.
Yeah. So yeah, go
I-
ahead and roll, and then make sure you mark that XP too.
Yes. Done. Clock wedge. Although it doesn't look like a wedge for me. It looks like regular XP because it's on the character sheet. All right.
Hey.
Okay. All right.
Okay, all right.
Double. Give me a piece of that Klondike bar. That's a crit.
Hey,
I'm two sixes.
Amazing.
Oh, I'm gonna
Okay.
start saying that before every single roll.
Contact didn't
I
work
think
last time, just for the record.
Yeah, I rolled a 2 last time. I said that, but
So here's what happens. You avoid the threat and you gain an advantage. So you notice first of all that it does not seem like when you move toward each other, the pockets around you do not meld. Like when it gets to the point where it seems like that would happen, kind of one of the ones who's standing near Lyrian and one of the ones who's standing near you, they end up kind of like directly in line with each other, but then they just stop moving. And the rest of like the pockets around the two of you kind of just like move in tandem with each other. Does that make sense?
Yep.
like the blobs sort of just like touch.
They
and-
ensure that we remain in our own sort of isolated
Yeah.
bubble.
Yes.
Mm.
Okay.
So that is thing one.
Yep.
But you are moving in such a way where you don't there's no risk of you like running into one of them as you're figuring this out. You are on it.
It's good. We've learned what we wanted to learn.
I'm assuming that this is not really what this means, but maybe it is. But I don't have like am I just giving you an advantage for your advantage pool?
I think it's a swapping over. So are you getting rid of a doom, giving an advantage? That's what I think it means. Is I think in the quest it's constantly tipping.
Yeah, no, it is constantly moving. But I'm just
You're talking about the crit.
yeah.
I mean, it's technically an edge. And
Oh,
that's
you're
just-
right. Advantage
yeah.
is well, but advantage in deep cuts we've been translating to edge in the rest of the book.
Then yeah, we would be getting an extra advantage.
To our pool.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Okay,
that's
so then it wouldn't.
that's
So then it
totally-
wouldn't take away.
it
from
wouldn't
the
take
doom.
away a doom, but you get another advantage.
Okay, I see. Cool.
All right.
Which means more doom for you later on.
I
Also,
will.
technically for us.
Have we resolved what came of that roll?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's time.
Yeah.
I will throw down the magic seed, and I will put it right between me and Jared.
You have it again?
Well, I
Lyrics
have it at a
throwing down
reset
their
now.
magic seed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Have it at a
Are we
reset,
still
but
on the
this is not a
same?
reset. This is the
We're not
same
reset.
quest.
So
Oh, this is the same.
oh, yeah.
quest?
When do we? So I have to go back like to Hilltop. Is that
Yeah.
right?
This
Okay,
quest
cool.
has to end for you to get it back.
Yeah. Okay. So
We-
it's less about
we-
Hilltop.
we could have restocked perhaps in Angswald, but we didn't.
But for now, we will not, I suppose, for the sake of suspense.
Yeah. I will say for whatever it's worth too, like
Yeah.
At least from what I'm understanding of the way the seed works, or what I would assume the way the seed works, you definitely were not. I mean, you could have made this decision differently, but you were definitely not in Angswald long enough to have like created a new seed.
Sure.
Mm.
And
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
we would
Cool.
have intentionally spent time to
Yeah.
restock.
Yeah.
in
to seek
D&D
out a-
terms, I would call that a long rest.
Yeah. I need a botanist or a something or a, yeah. Okay.
Or even I think that's
Or a
something
long
that
rest.
Lyrian is capable of making herself. You just need time
It
to
just
do
takes
it.
a little bit.
Cool,
Just to nurture the seed.
And I can't do it. I was hoping to learn whether the tree would immediately come under the curse or,
I
attract
knew
them
where
as
your head
another
was
living
at, and I
thing.
had a thing immediately. I was ready, and then we remembered. Nope.
Blast. Okay.
But I will say, you guys, I mentioned there's like that feeling at the base of your skulls, almost like
Mhm.
someone is trying to communicate something to you from inside. Cass, when you floated up and over the group, it intensified significantly.
Mhm.
Are you still in the air or have you landed?
Yeah, I mean, I think she like jumped in an arc that like jumped over them, and then like maybe she like hit the tower a little bit, but then like fell back down.
Okay. And so you find as you land, when you come back down, that a new pocket opens up for you.
But I'm at the door.
But you're at the door. And like there was like a, the concentration kind of moved to like shift under you. And so, yeah. So you are within a group of them again. It's a new group of them, but you're by the door. And Jared and Lyrian, as you guys kind of like test the boundaries here, you find that as you are actively kind of pushing up pushing up the wrong is the wrong word because you're not touching them, but as you're actively testing, that feeling in the base of your skulls intensifies as well. Once you kind of figure out that the pockets move with you and you kind of like pull back a little bit from testing that boundary, and same with you, Cass, as you land and settle back onto the ground, it ebbs backwards again. But the sense that you get as you feel that intensify and retract is that it is in itself maddening, and it makes it difficult for you to focus and to think. And even already you're starting to feel a sense that these shamblers, these creatures surrounding you and separating you from the rest of your party, it is creating an isolating and claustrophobic feeling that combined with the feeling at the base of your skull, it's starting to become clear how this place drives people mad.
Okay.
Oh, if float is a 4-segment clock, Justin, I would say then that you've used 1 segment of it.
Okay. Well, then I think she might be holding on to the wall of the tower, like not.
Oh, not coming back to the ground.
Yep.
But touching it with her hand?
Touching the tower.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, holding on.
I mean, yes. Because Lyrian said dead or alive, and I think Cass took that looking at the dead and thinking that's what Lyrian meant.
Then as Cass touches the wall, you feel that thing in the base of your skull intensify until it becomes like a ringing. It's not actually in your ears, but you can't hear anything beyond it.
Oh, that's terrible.
There's the crowd around us of shamblers. Does there seem to be any kind of reaction to this?
They are still reaching for her, but they don't seem to like react any other way.
Yeah, they haven't really changed any other way. They're still doing whether. Okay.
Wow.
It's gross. I hate that.
Yeah. As we make it towards the gate, Lyrian says, Jared, I'm going to strike one of them. Prepare yourself.
What?
And I will cut with my scythe at one of the ones who seems very, very, very dead. Not like a husk of a recently, possessed person, if you will, but someone who looks like the curse is all that is keeping them moving.
Okay.
With my magic oil, whatever you call it, magic oiled scythe.
Yeah. So this is interesting. I would say there's actually not a threat here or anything like that. You're not rolling. You strike out at this shambler, and 2 things happen. When you do, the thing in the base of your skull intensifies the same way it just did for Cass. You begin to hear a ringing in your ears, or not quite in your ears, that consumes your senses. You can't hear anything outside of this for a moment. Okay. But I would say even probably to the degree, I won't declare this definitively, but most likely it is to the degree that you might have trouble focusing on what happens to the shambler that you struck. Everyone else would see it crumple, especially because of the type that you chose. You chose one that looked undead, particularly old. It crumples and almost immediately turns to dust. Simultaneously, another shambler just moves into its place.
Oh.
And you said that that caused the ringing to intensify for all of us?
Just for Lyrian.
Just for Lyrian? Okay.
And does it recede then as soon as this thing has been reduced to dust?
Yeah, it seems like it recedes like kind of with the withering of this shambler.
Okay.
Did you learn anything?
There is a terrible sound from within me.
So let's
When I
not do
strike
that
them.
anymore.
At
Let's not do
this
that
point,
anymore. Let's stop touching things. Let's get to the fucking door.
Bartholomew, he's kind of at the rear of the group. And all of a
I
sudden,
don't know why I don't trust him.
all of a sudden, you guys hear him scream. And you look back, and he's just clutching his head and just screaming out. And it's not clear for a second why he's screaming, but then you notice that one of the shamblers has grasped his arm and is holding his arm, and
Wow.
he is screaming in pain.
I think Jared will start to try to push back to get to Bartholomew.
Like with your shield?
Yeah.
When you go to do that, the shamblers do not move.
Oh.
So I won't make you roll yet, but you find as you walk up, you get close to the edge of your pocket of shamblers. They don't move out of your way, but they don't move with you.
Yeah. There's a while where Jared is sort of like leaning to try to look between the shamblers, and he's very visibly contemplating doing more to push back there. And so Bartholomew's just screaming.
Yeah, and actually in this moment, the screaming ends.
Bartholomew.
And he's breathing heavily. The shambler has let go of him. And he stands up. He's gripping his head still with one hand. I'm all right. I'm all right. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
Can you press on?
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
that door. He points to the same doorway.
All right. Let's go then. Be careful.
Why did it grab you, Bartholomew?
Lyrian asks us while pressing gently forward towards the door.
I don't know. I was just thinking about getting to the archives, and all of a sudden it grabbed me.
Best we not think on that then.
I'm just thinking about not dying. All right. Yeah.
They getting closer, like close enough that I want to time it. I want to time like opening the door as they get there, so like we can all kind of walk through at the same time or close to the same time.
Yeah, there is again the door. The door is open. I should have clarified.
Oh, okay.
It is like
Okay.
it is a similar sort of situation to the front. There's more of a door here, but it's like hanging. It's not really
Okay. All right.
barely attached.
Retcon, I'm so sorry, guys. I should not have my bone scythe for any of this because I did not bring it.
Oh, you're
when
right.
we marked the load for our loadout to go to our initial mission and touch the edge of the wood.
You're
So,
right.
It was indeed a silver dagger that I laced with the oil, which I
Okay.
will mark.
Same thing happens. It's okay.
Yep, just want to let you know.
But yeah, I mean,
Silver daggers are good because they bypass the resistances of many cursed creatures.
That
So,
is curious. Yeah, I don't
could
know
come in
if
handy.
Johnny wants to say that it applies in any way, but yes.
changes nothing.
Very good.
Yeah, you killed it either way. I think you bypassed its resistances.
Yeah.
Super dead.
But yeah, I mean, so you guys at this point, you've been slowly moving towards the door. And I think at this point you reach the door where Cass is waiting for you.
Okay.
And you can see like this is it's like a long hallway that goes, and there's rooms or doorways like along. So it's one side is the wall that abuts this large room that you were in, and the other side is a series of doorways that go to other rooms that you don't know. But Bartholomew, who has seen the blueprints, says it should be the fourth door down this way.
Do they part to allow us in?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, do they send the Shamblers part to like truly let us through it?
Yes. As you reach the doorway, the Shamblers stop. They stop following you. They stop being around you. They let you go through this door unencumbered.
Do they
what about
just
that feeling in the
basically
back of our
stand
neck?
sentry?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Danny.
No, you're good. I was gonna ask, what about that feeling in the back of our neck? Does that cease
That
as
does
well,
not
or does
go
that
away.
stay persistent?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's persistent. But the Shamblers, and they do not stand sentry. You go through the doorway, and then they just go back to their wandering.
To be clear as well, too, Cass has had to climb at the top of the door, like hold it, because she's still floating, so she just gotta like climb along the wall inside. And when we get in, be like, "Is it not I'm pretty light? Can you hold me?"
At this point, Cass does drop as well.
Onto Jared.
Jesus. All right.
Sorry.
Excellent magics there, Cass.
I can't time it. It's a spell you can't time, Jared.
It's all right.
Oh wait, I can hear again. That was when I touched the wall. I couldn't hear anything except for a ringing in my ears.
Yeah, maybe stop touching things.
What are we gonna do? I thought, Lyrian, you said just don't touch the living or dead.
I may have been not cautious enough.
What the fuck are we gonna do? We've got to touch the book.
Perhaps we can touch it indirectly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been walking barefoot, Johnny.
Yeah, curious. So as you guys enter this hallway,
Yeah, funny that.
As you enter this hallway, like I said, Bartholomew says it should be the fourth door up this way. But you, I would love anybody who wants to go ahead and make a perception roll.
Yeah.
I do want to.
6.
Yeah, Lyrian, you notice that Bartholomew seems in a way, I mean, you now, Cass as well, have experienced this like extreme ringing in your ears and this feeling that is probably not too dissimilar to what he just went through. And yet he seems substantially more ill at ease. And
Yeah.
you notice one thing that you definitely noticed about Bartholomew in the tavern is that he made eye contact, right? Like if anyone in the world has ever made eye contact, it's this guy. But he is not looking anyone in the eyes at this point. His eyes are moving everywhere but your eyes.
Yeah. Noticing that, Lyrian quickly steps toward him.
Take this. It will help ease your mind.
And I would like to just provide some of my medical supplies. But Johnny, I am actually giving him poison.
Whoa!
Okay.
Whoa!
That is going to be, there's a threat here that he's going to see through this deception.
Yeah. For sure.
This is crazy.
I've got 1 Pippin stealth. I'm going to use 1 advantage and give you a doom.
Okay.
let's see. It puts us down from, what am I looking at? 3 to 2 advantage?
Correct.
All right. We're at 2 now for advantage. 5 doom.
Makes me real nervous for the end of this quest.
I know, but we've already got a party member turning into a zombie. All right. So anyway, I'm going to.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
We don't know that. It's true.
That's what I think is happening. That's what I think is happening.
Lyrian does not have as strict an appreciation for life or death or any of that as some do. 6?
6?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to use a doom here.
Oh, okay. That's getting good.
So I'm using a doom, which means that you fail. And Bartholomew looks at you and he says, "Thanks. Yeah, I'm not feeling great." And drinks it.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Death and life means nothing here.
What?
Death
Wait,
and life
what?
means nothing here. There's
Death and life
no
means
distinction
nothing
between
here?
death and life. It
That's
doesn't
a
matter
really-
if he dies.
That's a really curious interpretation, Justin. I
was the
was just reading
consequence?
that as I've been deceived successfully. Like I think that he drank it, but he didn't. Type of a deal, like a sleight of hand.
Is there a consequence that Lyrian can resist?
With
I mean,
Doom?
so
I don't think so.
I mean, well, yeah, you failed.
yeah,
So
you
failing
the
is as
doom
if
just makes you fail.
you're rolling
you could still
a-
resist the
Ah.
consequence.
Resist it.
Yeah, it's essentially as if you're rolling a two or
1
three.
to 3. Yeah.
1 to 3, yeah.
I just read the use of Doom as a hard GM move. I'm sorry. Okay. So resistance. Just need to remember exactly how I resist.
You just tell us what you do to resist, and then we
Cut off his head.
Kill
Yeah,
him.
you're gonna push you push yourself, and then you make a roll with the related attribute related to how you are resisting.
Yeah.
And then you use that roll to either, and you let me know what thing you want to happen, basically with your resistance, but improve the result of your threat roll, increase the effect of the action that you take, or activate certain abilities, like if you have a special ability that requires you to push yourself.
Interesting.
relevant here.
So I'm having trouble knowing specifically how I resist because I'm having trouble interpreting what happened. But
It seems like your intent was to kill this person. So
Yes.
this might be to just stab him.
because I just sense something's amiss. Is that?
I mean, so
that's correct?
you successfully
Mhm.
or you bluffed about your medicine, and you unsuccessfully bluffed. He saw right through your ruse, and
Yeah.
then said thank you and drank what you gave him anyway,
But
and
did
seems fine.
Yes.
So what
Yeah.
would Lear do to be like, I have to make sure this person
Oh, yikes. Yeah. I am in this moment wishing I just had some other option, but I do feel like I would simply lunge forward and slice his throat with the silver dagger.
Jeez.
All right. Yeesh.
I am sorry, Bartholomew.
Yeah. So, yeah, you do it. So roll.
Yes, and
And
this is
so
a
that is
roll
gonna
with a
be-
stat, right? Or with
Yes.
a
Yep, it's
Yep.
going to be a fortitude roll.
Okay, I have only
Sense.
one skill with pips for fortitude, so 1 dice or 2 dice and take the lower. It's 1, right?
It's 1.
It's just 1. Okay. Meow. That is a 1.
Cool.
Well, you still resist.
Still
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take 3 stress.
3 stress.
Yeah. Well, getting stressed.
And blood immediately like sprays out of Bartholomew's throat, and his hands reach up and he grips it, and he looks at you with just like a baleful look in his eyes as he drops to his knees and then drops forward, and you see you notice as he drops forward like a kind of like a wet spot on his like shoulder where he clearly like threw the poison.
Mm-hmm. So it was a sleight of hand thing. Okay.
Larian, what you do that for?
Forgive me. I did not mean to frighten you all, but he was coming under the same curse which seems to animate those husks.
So
Yep.
fascinating.
So you killed him? He's just gonna come back.
Perhaps.
And Lyrian will light his body on fire.
Okay. His body is now on fire.
I will take the blueprints though first.
There weren't.
Yeah.
blueprints. He saw.
Oh, he
blueprints.
saw blueprints and was
Allegedly, Bartholomew.
I did see him get touched by one of those husks walking around outside. I hate to say it, but I don't think
Yeah.
he was ever going to come out of here.
Steve, make one more. I mean, you said so. Lyrian, it's not like you didn't realize, and I think he did say he saw blueprints. He didn't say he had blueprints.
That's
But
fair.
would Lyrian check his body before?
Avoiding touching his skin, I would pat down his clothes or whatever to carefully see if there's anything that would
Maybe
tell
like
us
with the dagger.
key important information or anything
Sure.
like that.
So
Yeah.
make another perception
Yeah.
roll for me.
That's fair. Yep. Crit.
Crit. All right. You find a secret pocket inside of his cloak that contains a small pouch of silver. Like, it's not really worth anything. It's like just a small
Uh-huh.
pouch, kind of like nothing money. But there is also a folded piece of parchment in there.
I will read it.
And so I'm presuming that Lyrian can read the Elvish script.
I hope
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
And so, well, I don't know. Lyrian has had no use for books most of her life. Maybe she can't read at all. But if you tell me she could read the Elvish script, then she can read it. And so
I have to be thoughtful here for a moment. Yeah, at some point over 800 years. Yeah, that's fine.
Moment of-
yeah,
I was
so
being thoughtful with you.
you unfold this parchment, and let me actually pull up my notes here.
Man, I really liked him too. Dang it.
You find a it is like kind of like it is some scribbles, like some notes, basically. Like, it's not like a letter or anything like that. It's like a list of things he needs to do. And it says find party, find armory, take sword.
Okay.
Lyrian, what's that?
I read it aloud to the group. This is not proof of deception on his part.
He just had his own motives. That's all that means. Which is essentially what he told us.
Fourth Thorn the Rate might be this armory and not the archives then.
A little louder, Justin.
Fourth Door on the right might be the armory, not the archives.
Maybe he
We
didn't.
But I do light his body on fire.
Nice.
It's so sad. He was
Oh.
flirting with me. I didn't even get a chance.
Many more
That's
shall
bad.
flirt with you.
I know.
As you light
but
his body on fire, he does start screaming again.
Wow.
Like, in a way that
After his
is
throat was slit.
inconsistent with the fact that his throat was slit. And it, like, the body starts like flailing, and it was very clear that he was you killed him. He was dead.
Yeah.
Not like he was dying. He was dead.
Yeah.
And now he is screaming and flailing as he burns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right. Just
I'm sorry,
Don't-
Bartholomew.
don't let them touch you. All right. Please, if that happens, don't burn me. Just let me shamble around forever. All right.
If we can get away from you, I will grant you that wish.
All right.
Another
Does the
important
burning seem to leave him in a non-existent state, mayhaps? Like
no.
dang it.
Eventually he stops flailing, and
It's just now you've made fire zombies.
well, no, he does eventually stop like moving and screaming as well. Like, he doesn't seem to like be undead and burned. Like,
Mhm.
but it's not like he like disappeared. It's
not
not,
like the
he's not a
dust thing like
vampire
the
and
other
you're
guy.
exposed him to the sun. He just
Okay.
Mhm.
the one that you killed before, based on what you had expressed your desire to attack was particularly ancient.
Yep.
And so might have been someone who'd been here since the curse started.
Yep. Tracking.
But it is also important to note that for all four of you, as his body burns, the ringing thing does intensify.
Yeah.
Lyrian, what's
During
that?
I imagine I can't hear Cass's question, but during the ringing, I would like to, for a moment, try to converse with it.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm interested, I can tell you that.
I want a roll for that, for sure.
I bet you do, Johnny Button.
The threat here is that by opening yourself to whatever this is enough to converse with it, it threatens to take over. It threatens to take you.
This reminds me of all the drugs I've done and the states that I've entered through the waking route, and it's lovely.
Yeah. And so you are in a desperate position here.
It's awesome. Yeah.
It is I think it is a standard effect, though.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to call it perception. My goal in this is to essentially ask, who are you? Here's the roll. 5.
You mark XP first of all.
Oh yeah, that's right. Second desperate action this week, eh?
Yeah, you hear in your head a voice that is it has like a sandpaper against stone quality. And this rasping voice says, I have been searching for a body. And you feel that sense at the base of your skull begin to descend into the middle of your spine. And
don't look at the light, Lyrian.
Your outer extremities, a numbness begins to pull in, like start at the tips of your fingers and the tips of your toes and spread inward toward that sense, that thing that was at the base of your skull that is now in your spine.
Yeah. So I'd like to push myself to reduce the consequence. Is that a fair application here? Because I rolled a 5, so I'm experiencing some consequence, right?
Yeah, you are. It is trying to take over you. You are suffering the consequence of it trying to take your body.
Yeah. My question is, if you successfully resist a consequence like this, does that also sort of mean that you lose out on some of the exposition or information that would have been gained by the failure? Like as much as you've described so far.
Yeah, I've described what is the start of the process of this thing taking over you. The consequence is that you open yourself up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, it doesn't mean that it's taking over you initially or immediately, but that it could.
Is there? Sorry.
So, by resisting, it doesn't necessarily mean that what just happened doesn't happen. But like we can, because there are two ways that we can kind of run with these moments, and sometimes it can be that you push back on that thing successfully, and sometimes it can be that we reverse course and it didn't happen at all. But
cool.
So
especially with reduction, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Andy, did you want to still ask something?
I was gonna ask, is there anything that we can see evident of Lyrian from the outside?
I think yes. You from the outside. No, it's nothing extreme like that. It is, But Lyrian, who probably already this would probably be a relatively subtle change from your perception, but Lyrian does very suddenly go stiff.
I think,
and not like her body like snaps into like a board shape, but like whatever position she was in, she's no longer moving out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think after everything we've experienced, sort of coming to his own the conclusions that Jared has come to on his own. If Steve doesn't do anything, I mean, obviously Steve doesn't do anything. Jared's just gonna like sort of not like drop his lantern, but set it down because it was sort of at his side and slap Lyrian.
Okay.
Like a hard slap.
Yeah.
Look, he goes, Lyrian.
Like just, Jared, why'd you just
want, I can roll the resist
based.
roll before you decide if anything happens, or if you want to let me know that the slap helps and or hurts. I don't know, but yeah.
It hurts. You're not in possession enough of your faculties to do anything about it immediately, and it doesn't do anything for you.
Yep.
Unless you're intending to use to assist and to mark stress to help.
That's what I want to do. I want to assist to reduce the severity of a consequence.
Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, so I think reducing the severity then I mean, like, let me explain how let me describe how then that reduces the severity, and then Steve, I'll let you decide if you want to continue to push yourself to resist. So Jared slaps you and you feel like the pain bloom on your face. Jared, you do feel like a spike in when Lyrian went stiff. You guys, you Cass and Pellis all felt that feeling in the base of your skull actually ebb. It started to go away a little bit. But when you slap Lyrian, it's like really sparks back to life in your head. And you start hearing that ringing again, that intense ringing pain. Lyrian, you feel the feeling that has like crept at this point up into like your forearms and your calves. It shoots back outward, and so you still feel that sense that had been at the base of your skull is still like now is still like spreading throughout your spine, and the sense is very definitively the sense of something trying to take over your nervous system. But that numbness that was spreading through your limbs has like retracted. It has that like, you know, that feeling like when you're a kid and you put like Elmer's glue on your hand and then you peel it off. It's kind of like that feeling coming off of your extremities.
Interesting. I mean, it still sounds progressed enough that I will roll.
Okay.
But if I understood correctly, mechanically reducing the severity of a consequence, I had rolled a 5. It doesn't adjust my roll. Like it's not like I had rolled a 6, right? That would have been
right.
Like,
you roll a 5.
Can't do that with an assist, right?
Yeah, it doesn't yeah, it just reduces the severity. Like the consequence is not as intense, but you're still suffering the consequence. It's just as if the consequence was less in the first place.
So if I'm feeling out the mechanics of this, reflect back to me, guys, because this is a cool learning for me. Like sometimes it's actually very economical as a player to assist someone else instead of letting them roll to resist something, if there's an appropriate way to do it, because you're just marking one stress in a way that may spare them most of whatever they're going through.
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask Johnny, what was the cost for that, or was there a cost? Or...
Oh yes, yeah, definitely a cost. I think actually in this particular instance, let me see here. Would it be, Justin, I need your help here. Would it be reasonable, based on what I described as the kind of the consequence towards Jared for the way he assisted, for the cost to be one level 1 harm?
It certainly could. So the thing then is that then you wouldn't mark a stress then. You don't mark a stress to do that.
Okay.
So it'd be a harm instead of a stress.
Cool. So it's not definitive in that sense.
Correct. The cost can be anything that Johnny wants.
Yeah.
So it could be.
So Jared marks a harm.
Yes. Okay. Rather than marking a stress to like push yourself or something like that, you're in order to have helped Lyrian, you've taken on some harm.
Yeah.
by
What should I
hitting
call
her
that?
and having that. Let's call it just it's called psychic
Tinnitus.
stream.
I
Okay,
just
psychic
added a note
stream.
for assist. Costs whatever GM says it costs. Okay. Okay, that's helpful then. But sometimes the scale of that, like if you're rolling to resist, you could get a lot of stress, which may, depending on how things go, be less costly than someone helping you. But yeah. It's not exactly a clean, systematic thing. Just curious. Anyway, yeah, I will roll because this still seems too enveloping. Like I'm very concerned about how strong this is. And I have to choose an attribute for that resistance. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta tell me what you're doing to. Well, you gotta tell me what you're doing to resist, and I'll tell you what attribute we're using.
Yeah, I mean, I'm essentially speaking back to the voice. You have enough bodies already.
It really does.
Yeah, I think in this particular instance, will makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of exerting your will against it. As you like say that, and you're resisting. This is just narrative. But it says back to you, none of them are good enough.
A pity. That was Steve winking, not Lyrian, but you know, sometimes my personality comes through. I'm gonna I rolled a 5.
Okay.
Let's
you take
see.
2 stress.
2 stress.
2 stress. And I'd like to improve the result of my threat roll from 5 to 6. Is that still possible? As the mechanical outcome of this?
Yeah, I think it still is okay. We could still like. I think basically what happens is you feel that this presence kind of pull back.
Yeah,
and that sense it similar to the way that you felt the feeling leave your extremities, that feeling going down your spine retracts until it's back just at the base of your skull.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jared.
I'll also just give you a piece of this is something I think you would realize through this exchange, is that these bodies, these husks are there is this like madness piece. You're starting to understand how these people have gone mad and not been able to leave.
Yeah.
But you also recognize that the ones who are most of the ones who are dead are ones that it has tried to take their bodies and found them not suitable, and they've died in the process and become these things.
Yeah. I relay that to the group, and I add, the ringing in our skulls is this being knocking, if you will. And in that moment, he seemed to want to claim me in particular as a vessel, but I do confess that I tried to speak with him first.
Right.
In any case, there is a mage of some great power here.
So if we kill the mage, save the people.
Yes, I suppose.
Right. Well, I think the only lead we've got right now is the 4th door on the right.
Onward.
Also, Johnny, don't forget, you can invoke my harm now, since I have a harm marked.
Oh, I know. So you guys make your way to this door, and it is a similar thing. So far you have not seen a door intact in these ruins, but through this door is a room that is full of weapons, weapons and armor and shields in various states of rust and disrepair and decay. You know, most of the swords and shields, for that matter, were probably, just reasonably speaking, leather wrapped once upon a time. Anything that is not metal is basically gone, and anything that is metal is rusted.
Do we think it worth it to search for the sword?
I don't think we should touch anything.
Fair. Just grab the book.
Yeah.
Without touching it, yes.
Yeah. Got ways around that.
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we were right about the fact that he, in fact, was not leading us to the archives. So,
I
guess
wonder
we'll
what he would have done. Would he have turned on us?
I
Would
did
he
not
touch-
want to find out.
Would he touch the sword and then turned into something else?
Perhaps.
Pella speaks
had
up and
never
says,
knowing.
maybe he just wanted something that was in this room, and then he would have led us where we needed to go.
That's what I was thinking. He
Well,
didn't seem
we'll never
like
know
that
now. He's
way.
dead.
Yeah. I'll never have sex with him.
Man, Pellis is so wise, you know.
You're going to have sex with him.
Now
we're
you're gonna have sex
flirting.
with him now?
No,
You just
not
met the man.
now.
Right here.
No.
In that state,
Honestly.
I think. Well, first of all, a mechanical question regarding Pellis's spells.
Mhm.
Do
Spellist.
do the spells of Pellis have to be like prepped? Like, does a box have to be checked for prepping a spell? Is that like how does that work?
I honest to God don't know, because you don't have to declare you're bringing spells. If it's just like gear, I don't know why there's a separate lane for prepped and cast. There are some situations in which you might fail to cast a spell and then it would still be prepped. But
Which says
ostensibly,
what?
like I've got some abilities that do that. I don't know if Pellis does.
Okay.
For all intents and purposes, if you're casting a spell, it's being cast. It's not. you
Maybe
don't
it's
need
similar
declare
to-
it was prepped beforehand.
maybe it's I don't know why I would have so many things to do this, but maybe it's the sort of thing where it's like with D&D where you're gonna hold an action, like you could say like, okay, like I'm gonna do mind swap, but so now it's in my inventory, but I'm holding
Sure.
on to it until this trigger.
Sure.
So it's not
Yeah.
cast,
I mean,
you
I
need
guess
to
there
mark
are
it.
situations when you can be like, yeah, I am gonna bring this spell, but you don't. It's just weird because you don't have to declare it. So why would you just not wait until
Yeah, I don't know.
the moment you need to say that you cast a spell? Regardless, he can cast. I
To
don't
be
know
fair,
though.
Heroes by Hearthlight is so unfinished that sometimes the rules reference pages that don't exist yet.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's a work in progress. It's
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Um,
Well, let's have fun then. Let's not worry too much about the prepping. It sounds
Yeah.
like,
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
unless there's a
Hey,
ruling
What's
need.
the deal with spells?
What's the deal?
What's the deal?
All right. So anyway, I just want to know that in case I need to fire off a Nick spell.
yeah.
I love how we all just started.
Started looking at Palace, like grab a cannon, grab a Nick cannon. I will start just sort of checking the doors without touching them. Just seeing, if whichever ones are open, Johnny. I don't know if these are just
As I just
doorways.
stated, there are no doors.
Oh, I thought we saw doors.
There are
Oh,
doors
they're
like hanging.
doorways.
They're
They're doorways.
doorways.
Yeah.
Sorry, doorways. Yes. I
Oh,
would
yeah.
like to just peek down these and see if there's anything else like an archive or some promising path.
So
towards
you
what hopefully
passed
book.
3 doorways here. You didn't see anything that looked like an archive, but the hall ahead, there is one more door that you can easily get to. This looks to be like a forge, and there's like like this is probably they built the stuff here, put it next door in the armory. You guys could take some time. It probably does take quite a bit of time. I won't make you like. There's not a ton of rolls I think would be associated with this, so it would take you probably several hours and quite a bit of searching, but eventually you would come to what remains of the 3rd floor, where you'd find the archive takes up most of the 3rd floor of this tower.
Wow. Okay. That's great.
Right. Well, should we look for?
And you
this
do
book?
notice. Oh, I'm sorry, Justin.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, let's look for the book. Don't touch anything. Lyrian, do you know what we're looking for? I mean, there's a lot of books in here.
Brick.
It's like an
Do
ancient
I know
tower,
that?
right?
Quite old, I believe.
All right, so a super old book.
He did tell you guys that there are runes on the cover.
Runes
Mm.
on the runes.
We also need something that the librarian hasn't read before.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's plenty of potential items here.
Yeah.
correct. Yes.
And I will
Don't
say
wish
too,
to-
you guys have noticed that as you've ascended, the shamblers have kind of moved up and filled in the floors behind you.
They've
Oh,
come inside.
gross.
Oh,
Gross.
yeah, gross. Gross,
Oh.
Johnny. Ew.
that ate that.
Love it. So,
I've got your dicing rod. Do you think that might be able to
Yeah.
do it now that we're in here?
indeed, Cass. I think this is the time for it. And I will take out my fine dowsing rod.
Cool.
And see if I sense a direction.
Yeah. I think you trying to decide how to handle this. I think you do get like a sense of direction from the rod, where it seems to be guiding you toward a section of the it's been referred to as an archive, but this ostensibly this is just a library, right? So it's open shelves. It's like I think an archive. You think of things that are kind of like tucked away or put away. This is a library. But the rod draws your attention to a kind of tucked away corner of the library where it seems like some of the books are locked up.
Yeah. What do I see? Like a full gate or like
It's like a shelf that has a gate on it, and so like
okay.
they are, and the lock and the gate on the shelf, this section, compared to the rest of the building, is in surprisingly good repair.
The adult section.
It seems like time has refused to touch this section. Even as you've looked throughout, this place is so old that like even the cobwebs have disappeared. Like it is just dust and rot. And a lot of the books that you've come across are like it is obvious that they would crumble to nothing if you tried to pick them up. They haven't been well cared for. But this area, this little gated couple of shelves, there is even Jared can feel the arcane energy coming off of this area.
I was gonna say acid flask because it can go through metal, but it doesn't seem like we're just dealing with the regular elements here. So I'm going to do another bandolier use of magic oil on my dagger.
Okay.
And I assume there's like a lock or a keyhole or something, or is there nothing like that visible?
No, there is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll just put magic oil on the dagger and start sort of fiddling in the keyhole with the silver dagger with this magic oil laced on it and see if there's any reaction.
Yeah. Read the description of magic oil to me again, just one more time.
Yeah, so magic oil says when applied to a weapon, it gains the magic damage type. This lasts for a single hit. So it's essentially just a point of contact is what matters,
Yeah. Yeah, that is great. I'm just thinking about how that would interact with this. I think as you fiddle with the lock, I mean, even in a normal circumstance where everything was mundane, a dagger makes a bad lock pick.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And so perhaps the magic oil stopped this arcane lock from doing something bad to your dagger. But that's kind of where the interaction stops.
Okay. But I don't see anything. I don't notice anything.
No, other than, like I said, the and you being this up close and personal, the gate, lock, the shelves, and the books on the shelves. You can feel almost distinct magical energy coming off of all of these things.
We just need to get to the other side, right?
Yes.
All right. Hold on to me.
Point of order. If you teleport onto the other side of this gate, you will just be crushed between a gate and a shelf. It is not. It is.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
like
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
There's not like a room.
It is
full of
essentially a cabinet, but it's a cage that you can see through instead of being.
Yep. It's a caged cabinet.
Yeah. So like you could just poke your finger through the hole and touch one of the books.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Is there any part where the bookshelf and the cage are touching?
Oh yeah.
Ah. Okay. Yep.
All right. One moment, and I will touch. I'll touch the gate, and I'll cast merge, so that
That's
the
exactly
gate
what I was looking at.
and the bookshelf are become one. And there is no gate, and there is no bookshelf.
Just want to
Everyone's
fuse
a
those
gate,
things together into some
and
sort
no
of.
one's a gate.
Let me read merge real quick here.
It's an interesting application or interpretation. So
It is.
We'll see if our mental models align.
Yeah, because like, let's clarify this
Yeah.
because I don't want to like not give you what you're after. That's not
Yeah,
what
I
I'm trying to do here.
I understand.
But when I think of merge, when I read that, I think like I want to merge
Yeah.
this to this, and so I
Yeah.
put them together, and now
Like
I can't
glue.
separate them.
Like glue. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Versus they occupy the same space suddenly.
I am
Yeah.
interpreting it. I think it's intentionally vague enough that it could be both.
So what are you? So
He's hoping to get the
Okay.
gate out of the way by essentially just making it recede into and become part of whatever other wood structure is holding the books up.
Yeah.
So the books
I
are now
think
accessible.
the part that makes me think it's intentionally vague is that the boundaries are blurred. It's not that they're like stuck together.
Yeah. Yep.
It's that the boundaries between the two things are blurred.
Could be a true fusion. Yeah.
Yeah. Now here's the
I'm
thing.
happy if you say no. You can't
No,
use merge.
Well, here's the thing, because like I want to be clear where my head's at too, because I'm
Sure.
willing to accept that as an interpretation of merge. The bigger issue that creates for me is that the books are still between the shelf and the cage,
Bookcase. Yeah.
and so
Sure. But
I,
that's
like
ultimately another.
I would like I'm tempted / might even do like the gin thing where you get what you want but not the way you wanted it, and so like like the shelf and the cage
Yeah.
kind of become one thing, but what's left of the cage still kind of like forms itself around the books,
Sure.
like it doesn't like phase through the books.
Yeah, I understand. But we still have to open the cage then. It wouldn't make any sense then to cast
Yeah.
merge.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
fair.
complete disuse of
Yeah.
that spell. All right, I could try picking the lock.
There is a great aura of magic. You would do well to try this.
And she offers you the magic oil, which would be my third use of this bandolier.
All right, I'll put a magic oil on my thieves' tools and take a shot at this.
Yeah. Let's see here real quick.
Oh, I see. Each load of the bandolier, each load marked grants 3 uses.
Correct. You've used your third magic.
Magic oil has its own little subchart of 3 uses, or maybe those uses
no.
are generally just for the bandolier section.
Those
Yeah,
are
so
for
those-
the bandolier.
Cool.
So
okay.
you've marked.
Cool.
I will say, if you want to unmark that use of the bandolier, magic oil is applied to a weapon.
Ah. All right. So no creative use here. You don't want to give us a...
I don't.
All right. Cool.
But now you have another use of your bandolier
Yeah.
left.
Now I can,
Oh, but I think there will be a threat roll here. And the threat It's pretty simple, the threat is that you will break your thieves' tools and not be able to get in this way.
Yeah,
Oh, that's not bad.
It's not bad. Can I hear a devil's bargain and add an additional
Ooh.
threat?
Yeah. I think the devil's bargain would be that let me see actually. This is relatively minor. So I think that the devil's bargain would be like marking stress, marking.
Oh, it would be a cost and not a.
Yeah, I
An
can't think
additional
of what
threat?
an additional threat would be in this particular moment, especially because I have some clear ideas of what's going on with this case that you guys haven't found out yet, but would make a threat, that any threat that seems reasonable based on what we set up, not make any sense anymore. And so,
All right. Okay. Sure. You said an extra. You said stress.
yes.
I will gladly mark stress to add a die to this roll. That is a 5.
Cool. Oh, wait, hang on. What were you rolling?
Oh, sorry. Thievery.
Thievery? Okay. And so it's risky standard, and you rolled a 5. Okay. So, yeah, so a reduced consequence here would look like the lock and your lock picks, kind of, there are two little like sounds as the lock falls open and your thieves' tools break simultaneously.
All right. Well, no more picking locks, but at least it got in, right?
Well done.
I just have to touch the books without touching them.
Cass, make a perception check.
Oh, I'm very bad at that. That's a 2.
It's a 2. Okay. Yeah, this is business as you've come to expect it in this building.
Very good.
All right. I was thinking maybe we could try and take this book bag, or if someone's got a bag, we could try and shimmy a book into there.
Cass,
have a
aren't you able to
cloak.
lift? Aren't you able to lift objects with your magics?
I sometimes, but I didn't prepare that spell. Those I do have to prepare.
Oh.
And I didn't, unfortunately. Otherwise, that would have been a perfect use for this case.
Yeah.
Can Pellis do it?
Pellis, are you not able to lift objects with your magics?
Hey guys, I'm Pellis.
Hey! Oh my god! So,
It doesn't
looking at
look like that's something Pellis has.
Under grasp, under road spells?
he has grasp. I don't know
he
why
does, you're right.
he does, and I'm pretty sure the clerics get the additional root spells.
Oh, wait. Lyrian, aren't you able to lift objects with your magics?
Well, the thing is, I've already marked off one spell, and my understanding was that
Correct.
that's all I get.
Yeah, you
One
only
rote spell, which was
Yeah.
my illusion.
Oh,
I marked
I'm
load
the
and
only
one
one.
rote spell for loadout, and I think
I'm
that's
the
all
only
I
one
can
that
cast.
gets. Yeah, I'm the only one that gets additional root spells. Pellis and
Yeah.
Lyrian only bring 1, and I can bring 2 to 3 depending on how many load I take. I've already cast illusion and flare.
Okay.
So
I think we'll simply have to touch it, but with my cloak. And Lyrian takes off her cloak. Johnny, do I see any books that look like the one that's been described to us by Dwarfy Man?
Cadmere?
Cadmere.
Yeah. So a lot of times in like old libraries, I mean, you see this in like modern libraries and bookstores as well. Like you'll see where the book, I'm trying to find a book so I can like hold it up and use this as an example. The book is on the shelf, and because it's like a particularly important or special book, instead of being like binding out, it's like set on the shelf the cover forward. And so a
Yeah.
lot of the books on these shelves are like that, even though they all have a significant layer of dust. So you would have to get rid of the dust to see what the covers of the books look like. So right now, you just see a bunch of gray books.
Yeah. So it's laid out as less of like a bookshelf, more of like a display case.
Yeah, that's probably a better way of thinking about it.
Sure. Well, I will carefully draw a book away from the remaining display and hope that the dust gently falls off of it to the floor.
Yeah.
With my cloak, of course.
Yeah.
Over my hands.
Good call. Go ahead and make a threat roll for me.
Okay.
And the threat here is that as you do this, that perhaps the cloth falls away and you like clumsily touch it wrong, and bad things happen to you again.
Stupid idiot. Touching it.
You silly person, you.
Yeah, silly guy.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have, even in our larger, oh, here it is, survival action. Does that apply here? Pain, hardship, wild, harsh surroundings. Nope, not really. I think I will roll with, this isn't really great, but stealth, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, like sleight of hand,
So
essentially.
at least within the reflex category. Yeah, something in the similar vein.
Yeah. So it's a risky standard.
Okay. Yep. I'll just trust the die. Just one. What could go wrong, guys? I'm just here to get a book.
Risky standard.
3.
3.
Yep.
Okay. I mostly made you roll just to play with your head a little bit. This is
good.
There's nothing going on here. It is
God.
Life is nothing without tension. No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You guys noticed this in Cass. You kind of like you glazed over it when you were working on the lock, but it was there when you were working on that. When you're dealing with this shelving, with these magical items, it seems like that feeling in the back of your skulls disappears. And as you pick up this book, Pellis, the cloth does slip out of the way, and you grab the book.
Yes,
or Lyrian. Sorry, you
Pellis
grab the
is
book.
awesome, though.
Yeah, I was just looking at Pellis's name on my screen. But anyway, you grab the book, and the cloth accidentally like kind of drops away, and you grab the book with your bare hand, and nothing happens. You're okay. You can feel the thrum of magic coming off of this book as you touch it.
I gently blow the dust off of it.
And in the middle of this book, there is a rune that you don't know what it says. You don't know what this is, an ancient runic that you do not read.
Yeah.
But there's this rune that seems to eat light. Rather than it is like the inverse of glowing. It seems like the light around it is almost being absorbed into this rune.
Does it more or less then fit the description? We have a rune on top of an old book.
I mean, yeah. Seems like it.
I believe that Cadmir advised us not to read what was in this book.
Correct.
Does that sound correct?
Yeah. He did indeed. And
so we should open it.
I think that probably a book with a rune that seems to eat light might fit the description of a book you think you shouldn't open.
Yep. I mean, yeah, generally intuitions and stuff, Yeah, I will gently wrap it in my cloak, but emboldened by the receding kind of ringing and having touched this with no effect, Lyrian will, without the cloak, reach in and grab another book and take a look at it.
All right.
Blow off the dust.
Yeah. You blow off the dust, and sorry, one more time. I gotta consult some notes because
one of your prepared little items, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, you blow Blow Off the Dust. And this book, the title is written, which it almost feels odd that this is right beside a book with a dark rune on the cover. But written down in the common tongue is the title, the Guardian's Trial.
Cool.
Which seems, again, like a mundane title, considering how much magic you feel coming off of this book.
Okay. I also stow it away with the other book in hopes that this book has not been read by that old fart.
Yeah. I mean, like, is that if Jared's able to see that along with Liren, thinking back to Jared's studies, is that something that Jared has heard of before?
I don't think so.
All right. Then Jared will relay that to Liren and say, that's even a chance that the librarian hasn't read the book either. If you haven't heard of this particular.
I have not.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, these books are from a time when, most books, especially of this nature, in any given library, were probably one of one, and no one has been in and out of this library in thousands of years.
Yeah. Lyrian will say, each of you, it seems that the mage's power is weaker by these books. I would encourage you each to carry one as we try to leave.
You don't have to tell me twice to steal. Castle.
Yeah. Yeah, Jared will find a book as well. Is there any book? I'm sure these books, they seem like they're even from like a time. I feel like Larkhold is an old city. I wouldn't consider it an ancient city. But if there's any books just on like the kingdoms in the grasslands, like around that time, then Jared would be particularly.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that title gives that level of detail away.
Yeah.
But there is one book that maybe seems like it's related to geography. Like it's got like a picture of a map on the cover. For all you know, it could be a book of travel spells instead of anything about like geopolitics. But you won't know until later.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely probably the one that Jared is drawn to and will grab.
And Pellis will grab one as well. He grabs the chonkiest one he sees.
The Book of Mormon.
Yep, that's it. Golden tablets. Thanks, Moroni. Anyway. Wait, he shouldn't touch it. He's not wearing special underwear. No, I'm sorry. I digress.
Is that all we needed to get through this place?
Special underwear. We should have gotten
These are garments.
No,
but let
me give you guys this, because I don't want us to necessarily have to come back into this quest, because I think we're in a good spot when we leave, because you guys have all taken a book, and these books you feel like this aura of almost safety, and it's not clear to you yet why, but as you make your way back through the passageways that you came down, the Shamblers, some of them like are walking away from you, like not fast, they're not like fleeing, but they are moving away from you or standing along the sides of the corridor, or in general, they are not seeming to have the same level of desire's the wrong word, but they don't seem to want to interact with you the way that they did before. They're
letting more so avoiding us now.
Yeah, avoiding isn't really the right word either. Like there is a level of like, for the most part, they seem like they are doing whatever they did before you guys ever came here.
Whereas like when we went in, they had like a deep interest. Now they're just purely indifferent to us now.
Doing their own thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but you guys are able to make it out of what is left of the spire without any more difficult interactions. You do have to pass the charred remains of Bartholomew and consider what that might mean internally for you, and how you're going to live with that. I'm sure just fine. But you guys make your way out, and you find yourselves back in the woods, And as you step out, you notice that right around the perimeter, just outside of where the madness line is, this place is absolutely surrounded by the Darkspire Enclave.
Yep.
That's fair. That's fair.
No one sees this because he's wearing armor, and his facial expression does not change when Jared pisses his pants.
And that's where we're going to end this session.
Yay.
Man.
Yikes.
I'm sure nothing's going to go wrong.
They're
I
going to
think
be
we'll
like,
just have to
thank you
kill 'em
so much for going in there for us.
Give
us
us
the
waiting for someone to go in there.
We were all so
Waiting for
scared.
somebody who already did. Anyway, we'll find out next week.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much, Johnny. Fun stuff.
You guys.
Johnny.
If you enjoyed this, make sure you join us next week. And have a good week.
Support us at patreon.com/Dustfire Media.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. And try our
Yeah.
Discord, because it's a lot of fun.
We're going to try to coordinate maybe a little in-person session soon. So that could be cool.
That would be so fun. That would be so fun.
We're going to try our damnedest.
We'll try our
Our
darndest.
sweet, darn hardest tootinest.
Our
We'll try our sweet darn hardest.
Our damnedest.
We'll try our dampest.
That's right.
I'll try my
Oh, well.
wettest.
That's my secret, Johnny. I'm always damp.
Oh, wow.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.